I think specifically at a detailed level, the retail team and the Postmaster-facing team would be very much involved, but I believe it's the job of the executive team and of the chief executive as the ultimate owner to ensure that the Postmaster relationships continue to be a focus of priority for the business.
Are you aware of a strategic plan similar to the strategic people plan to address sub-postmasters?
I haven't seen a plan, but I know that there are efforts in the business to do that, yes.
Could we please bring up onto screen our YouGov expert report? That's EXPG 607. I think, did you see this evidence being given in person, or have you read the report?
I've read the report in my additional documents as preparation for the inquiry.
Thank you. Could we please turn to page 40, where it addresses certain statements about the leadership board at the Post Office. If we look at the first two of those figures in figure 28, we can see there that in terms of the statement that generally Post Office Ltd is trying to improve its relationship with sub-postmasters, there's a net disagree figure of 51%. And secondly, a statement, generally Post Office Ltd understands the concerns of sub-postmasters, a very strong net disagree of 74%. It seems as though there's quite a lot of work to do there in respect of that relationship. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yes.
Is that something that you're aware of having been discussed at executive level?
Yes, definitely. It's a constant conversation. I mean, I haven't seen those stats before, but seeing them highlights how much work there is to do. But yes, it is discussed.
And what do you think can be done to fix that relationship?
There is a need for transparent communication, and I think in building any relationship of trust, that's critically important. So there's more work to do there, definitely, in terms of talking about the plans that the business has, whether it's their strategic plans on proposition or whether they're plans to generally support the postmasters. I think we can do a better job of communicating those plans.
Do those figures surprise you at all?
No.
And having had conversations at executive level, are they figures that surprised members of the executive team?
I can only speak from my own perception, obviously, but I would be surprised if the executive team didn't expect there to be dissatisfaction from postmasters about the relationship. Yes.
Thank you. That can come down. Thank you. I'm going to move on to the CEO position. Does the CEO's appointment and CEO remuneration issues, do they fall within your remit?
Not directly, no. So the CEO appointment is a matter for the shareholder, and the CEO remuneration is also a matter for the shareholder, but I am a member of the remuneration committee.
And in terms of the CEO appointment being a matter for the shareholder, what role does the Chief People Officer have in that?
I mean, obviously, I haven't experienced that particular role being searched for at the Post Office, because obviously when I joined, Nick was the chief executive and he was incumbent and has been in the role since I've been here. I would expect to be consulted from a best practice perspective on how we would search for that role in market. I would expect, given that I've now got some experience at the Post Office, to be consulted about what I saw to be the significant issues that needed to be addressed in that role. So I guess I'm saying I would expect to be consulted, but not necessarily involved in the decision making about the appointment.
Who would take those kinds of matters forward? Let's say, we've heard that Mr. Reid will in due course be stepping back. Who will take forward the appointment of a new CEO?
Do I think that will be a matter for Nigel Railton, the new chair, Lorna Grattan as a shareholder representative, and Amanda Burton?
We've heard quite a lot about the CEO's remuneration. What is your view of the sufficiency of the CEO remuneration to attract top talent?
It's quite difficult in terms of comparison, because I think compared to the wider market in more commercial businesses, which frankly are the businesses that I've only had experience in, then currently the remuneration is probably definitely not upper quartile, I would expect. So it isn't significantly high, is what I'm saying. I think compared to obviously other remuneration packages in the public sector, there might be a different view of that. Yeah.
That's quite similar evidence, the evidence given by Amanda Burton, two extremes. But if the chair is looking at recommendations for the future, ensuring that the Post Office has the best people leading it, what is your view of the remuneration package?
I would agree with the statement, firstly, that it's important, it's critical that the Post Office has the right leadership team to take it forward. I would consider it possible to recruit somebody capable and proficient at the current level of remuneration. But I would also expect that there will be other candidates probably that we would want to approach, and that would be suitable candidates that may not want to come to the Post Office due to their view of the remuneration. I think it's a job that one has to want to do because there's a public service to be done, and I think that's very important as well.
Could we please turn to poll 0044861? This is the investigation report that was carried out by Marriott, a barrister, in relation to complaints made or raised by Ms Davies. We've addressed this previously. We're addressing it, and Ms Davies has been named because she's been previously named, for example, in a select committee. We're not going into great depth in relation to each and every allegation, but I'd just like to take you to two matters that arise and that are relevant on this issue. The first is relevant on this issue. You were the commissioning executive in relation to this report, is that correct?
I wasn't initially the commissioning executive, so that was somebody else was the commissioning executive. But then as the investigation started, due to a conflict issue, I was asked to take on the role of the commissioning executive once the investigation was underway.
And what did that involve?
So I was part of a panel, oversight panel, the investigation, along with Amanda Burton and Lorna Grattan.
Thank you. If we could turn to page 5, please. We're going to stick to the CEO pay position, and that is allegation 2.10. The allegation was that Mr Reid bullied Ms Davies in relation to the messages he sent concerning his dissatisfaction with his pay. The analysis is on page 15. If we could turn to page 15, I'll just read a few paragraphs from that analysis. Ms Tootin finds that Mr Reid did not bully Ms Davies in respect of the message he sent her concerning his dissatisfaction with his pay in January 2023. She says, Mr Reid had been dissatisfied demonstrably with his remuneration package for some time, with numerous attempts being made by former chairs of the Post Office to seek an improved package from the government. Ms Davis, Mr Reid and Mr Staunton discussed the topic intensively during the first 2 months of Ms Davis's employment in particular. Mr. Reid suggested that he would resign or take action unless matters improved, with increasing frequency and feeling during January 2023. From Ms. Davis's perspective, I appreciate that she must have felt under pressure to improve his pay, given the intense focus this issue received and Mr. Reid's increasingly strong suggestions that he would leave the post office or take action. That said, some of the pressure may well have been self-imposed by Ms. Davis in her desire to succeed where her predecessor, Ms. Williams, had seemingly failed. Mr. Reid's messages were at times demanding, impatient and irritable, which he may wish to reflect upon. However, they were, on balance, not of an offensive, aggressive or humiliating nature. They were not of that severity. Furthermore, Mr. Reid explained to Ms. Davis that his dissatisfaction with pay predated her time at the post office, and he did not blame her for the situation. Mr. Reid spoke to others, including Mr. Staunton, about his dissatisfaction with his pay in similar terms. There was no finger-pointing at Ms. Davis. If we scroll over the page, we can see the recommendation. She says, nevertheless, the post office will no doubt wish to ensure that the future chair is aware of the history of requests made to the government in respect of Mr. Reid's pay to ensure that his expectations are managed appropriately moving forward. Has that recommendation taken place? Have you had discussions with the chair?
I haven't had any personal discussions with the chair. I would imagine that Amanda Burton would have taken that up. I haven't discussed it with the chair.
What's your view of the relationship with government and having to ask the Department for Business or the Secretary of State to improve the pay of the CEO?
I think having come from other corporate businesses where we still would have to answer to shareholders, that is in keeping with my experience. I think it's important that there is strong governance and rigour around how executive pay, as well as the chief executive, but including the chief executive, is managed. So it's important. There are occasions where I feel that we don't maybe have as much autonomy as we ought to have to make decisions regarding pay at a more junior level. But I think at the level of the executive and the chief executive, it's important that that is in place and that rigour is applied, yes.
When you say at a more junior level, who do you have to obtain authorisation from in respect of the pay of more junior employees?
So that's determined by threshold of the value of the pay as opposed to the individual. So it's individuals over a certain level we have to seek approval for, which mainly confined to the executive and the senior leadership team.
Thank you. And what change would you make to that?
I don't think there are any further changes to make to that at the moment. But if we did want to go outside of those parameters, for example, if we were looking for somebody new to come into the business, we might have to get approval for that. But there aren't any current changes in plans for that team of people.
While we're on this report, if we could perhaps turn back to page 5. I'll address this now just because we're on the report and I don't want to have to return to the report. But if we scroll up to the top, we have the allegation relating to Mr. Staunton. That's allegation 2.7. During a meeting on the 25th of January 2023, Henry Staunton, former chair, referred to women as pains in the arses, and at the same meeting said of one candidate for the Remco chair position, words to the effect of, "She doesn't look coloured, where does she come from?" And in view of her age, referred to the same candidate as a girl when other women were referred to as ladies. If we please could turn to page 12 and 13, there's the analysis of that allegation. As I said, this isn't the forum to investigate the particular allegations, but I'm looking at the business's response to the findings of this report. Ms. Tootin sets out the allegations there at 27. At 28, she says, Mr. Staunton's remarks were discriminatory on grounds of race and sex, and therefore not in accordance with the dignity at work policy. The remarks go well beyond his characterisation of them as potentially politically incorrect statements, and she sets out her reasoning below. If we could please turn to paragraphs 29 and 30, those are passages that I'd like to look at. Paragraph 29 says, consideration should be given as to whether equality, diversity and inclusion training should be offered to non-executive directors, including the future interim or permanent chair. Alternatively, such training could be a mandatory requirement for any non-executive directors involved in external or internal recruitment processes where they are acting as a representative of the Post Office. Just pausing there, is that something that falls within your area of responsibility?
Yes, it does fall within my area of responsibility.
And is it something that you have taken steps to address?
Yes, I have.
And can you briefly summarise the steps that you have taken in that regard?
So we have, after a several months search, actually, we have just appointed a specialist in EDI for the business, which I felt was critical, who reports into the talent and capability director, who's ultimately responsible for this area, and will be producing training for every member of the Post Office team, including the non-executive directors and the board.
Thank you. And paragraph 30 says, I was also concerned by remarks made by Mr. Staunton in respect of his outdated view of the Speak Up process and investigations, the latter of which he said notably were a cancer in the organisation, and the impact such views can have on workplace culture. It was very troubling that those remarks were made by the then chair of an organisation that is grappling with the most serious of institutional failings. In looking for a new chair, it should be a key consideration for the Post Office and the Department for Business to assess whether prospective candidates have good experience of helping to foster a workplace culture in which any concerns relating to, for example, EDI, discrimination or whistleblowing can be raised openly without fear of intimidation or retribution. The current chair is only an interim chair. Is there a recruitment process ongoing for a new chair?
I believe that there will be a permanent process being run, yes.
In respect of paragraph 30, are those matters within your area of responsibility?
Not strictly for the recruitment of the chair, but this is one of the areas that I would expect, obviously, to have some involvement in, given my previous experience, yes.
Are you aware of that process or anything similar having been undertaken in respect of Mr. Railton before he was appointed?
I'm not aware of that taking place, no.
Thank you. That can come down. Paragraph 164 in your witness statement, you have said that Mr. Staunton had asked you to close down the investigation. Can you assist us with your account in respect of that, please?
Yes, he had asked me previously or talked to me previously about investigations more generally in the business. So I was aware that he had a dim view of the processes, and he did in a comment to me also use the terminology that it was a cancer in the organisation, specifically related to the investigation into Jane Davis. He asked me to close down the investigation and do everything that I possibly could to make sure that that happened.
Close down the investigation into Mr. Reid, into himself, or more broadly?
So at the original time, there were several conversations about this. At the initial conversation, the investigation as we knew it only related to Mr. Reid because some of the comments had not been particularised until the Employment Tribunal claim was laid. Then the claims were particularised, and I became aware that they pertained to Mr. Staunton, yes. So at that time, he was asking me to close down the investigation into Nick Reid.
From your understanding and from what you heard and saw, were you of the belief that he understood that the investigation was also into his own conduct?
So certainly after November, when the Employment Tribunal claim was particularised, and yes, I was of that belief.
And did you have any specific conversation about the investigation into him with Mr. Staunton?
So Mr. Staunton didn't refer to his own investigation or the elements that extended to him specifically, but he did persist in asking me to close down the investigation, and it was my belief at the time that the motivation to do that was not as I had been told by Mr. Staunton.
What do you mean by that?
Mr. Staunton said that it was in respect of his concern about Nick Reed's well-being, and I didn't believe that to be true.
And what opinion did you have?
Sorry, could you repeat the
question? What was your view?
My view was that that request was self-serving on Mr. Staunton's behalf.
Did you hear Mr. Staunton's evidence to the inquiry?
Yes, I did.
And what is your view now?
My view remains the same.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the group executive and the senior executive group structure.
Just before you do, I don't want details, but it follows from what you said, I think, that Miss Davies brought an employment tribunal claim against the Post Office, presumably.
Yes.
Has that been concluded?
No, it hasn't. I think
right. Then I won't ask anymore.
My understanding is it's filed, but not yet heard, sir.
Right, that's fine. Let the employment tribunal do its work.
In respect of the group executive, you have identified issues with the group executive before it became the senior executive group. Paragraph 77 of your witness statement, you have said that it was untypical of senior leadership groups that you have been part of. Can you expand on that for us, please?
I would say specifically the lack of experience, and particularly in the context that the Post Office had at that time. So training, experience, and whilst, I think I say this in my statement, whilst there was not a shortage of commitment, it was a matter of capability.
Where in particular were the problems?
I would say particularly in the retail-facing functions. But that wasn't confined to that. It wasn't confined to just one individual. It was a general view that I held.
And is that the function that interacts with sub-postmasters?
Yes, it is.
What would you say is the cause of that problem?
I think it's largely down to selection of the individual for the role against the requirements of the role. So there probably was a shortfall in terms of experience or capability of the individuals in the job. And then as a business, we probably didn't react quickly enough to some of the areas of underperformance that had started to appear and manifest, particularly given the circumstances that happened earlier this year.
Who in particular was failing in that regard?
So it would be the direct leaders of the people in question, the executive team. Ultimately, of course, the chief executive has accountability for performance in the organisation. I would say, though, that for the year before I joined, I know I've repeated this several times, but the lack of having strong people representation in that group is undoubtedly going to have consequences on the performance in the organisation.
I know you've said that it isn't just individuals, but I think we're getting the impression that there is certainly at least an individual who, in your view, was underperforming. Who was that individual?
It was the Chief Retail Officer.
And who was that?
It was Martin Roberts.
Thank you. You've also given the example of being asked to give an opinion on a matter which was not within your area of expertise. Are there other examples of failings in that regard?
For me individually, no. I recall one example, I think, of abstaining from a decision because I felt that I wasn't qualified to do so. But it's my belief that at that time, there was a reluctance for people to not say when they didn't understand and feel obliged to make a contribution to things that they maybe weren't necessarily qualified or had the experience to contribute to.
Paragraph 79 of your statement, you've said that members of the wider management population felt they couldn't trust the group executive. Can you expand on that for us, please?
Yes, I think intuitively, and this is not factually based, but intuitively when I started, I detected that was the case. And I ran a couple of sort of voluntary forum groups. Not all of the representatives from the senior leadership population came, but they were quite well represented, and I did several of them over my first few months, and members of that team told me that at the time, and members of my own team had also said the same thing. So there was consistency in what I was being told.
Were there particular individuals who they felt they couldn't trust?
So they didn't cite particular individuals. It was the it was kind of commonly referred to as the GE, as it was at that time, the General Executive Team.
I think you've said that was quite a big team at that time. Is
yes.
That right? You changed the structure. Was it instigated by you, the change of structure to the senior executive group?
I think before I joined, Nick and Owen Woodley, who was the Deputy Chief Executive, had been considering whether or not the structure was right anyway. But I would say on joining and having conversations with Owen, I think I'm probably having a fresher perspective would have instigated the action that we then took, yes.
And what were the principal structural changes to the group?
So we narrowed down the group, which may seem odd, given that the business was under pressure at that time and quite complicated. But to speed up the decision-making processes, it felt important to confine that group at the most senior in the organisation to the people that had the relevant skills and experience to do those jobs. So we thinned the group quite substantially. And we were also at that time, it wasn't the only reason, but we were also at that time concerned about the bandwidth of the chief executive of Nick in terms of the number of direct reports that he had, but also the size of the job that he had to hand as well. And as I said, it wasn't the only consideration, but it was one of the considerations.
Looking at the problems that you identified with the original group, if we take the lack of deference to subject matter experts as one of the complaints, has that been overcome by these structural changes?
Yes, it has, yes. I think, as always, the dynamics and the behaviour of a group running a business has to be constantly under review, and we have to have the right checks and balances in place to make sure that that is the case. But I feel confident that it's far better than it was when I joined, yes.
Taking the other issue, the lack of trust, has that issue been resolved?
Just a very difficult thing to measure, of course. Yes, I think to a great extent it has. And from the conversations that I've since had with the senior leadership population, I think they feel more confident that the behaviours of that group, the executive group, are in keeping with what they would expect. And I think that has given people confidence that change is definitely been made, yes.
Could we please turn to poll 00446673? This is a strategic executive group report of the 1st of May of this year. It has you down there as the sponsor of the report. Can you assist us with the background to this report, please?
So yes, this is the full report, the board report, of the colleague engagement survey that was taken earlier this year.
Are you aware of issues as to whether sufficient information was passed to the board based on this report?
So I feel very confident that this report and the report that went to the board is what I would consider to be best practice, and that's what I've been told since. So I'm confident in the quality and in the comprehensiveness of the information that was given to the executive and to the board.
And did the report accurately reflect the results of the surveys, for example?
Yes, it does.
If we could turn over the page, please, we have the headline results there. I'm just going to read a couple of them. Paragraph 3 says, the overall outcome report was shared with the Strategic Executive Group on the 23rd of April 2024. It has also been shared with the Create New Confidence Leadership Team Group. Can you assist us with who the Create New Confidence Leadership Team Group are, or what their purpose is?
So this is, at the start of the year, after changing the strategic executive group, we wanted to give the senior leadership team some key focus areas to work on, and this is one of the focus groups. So they were the group that were responsible for giving us ideas and communicating the survey, but giving us ideas in terms of further improvements. Yes. So they were a cohort group within the existing management population.
If we scroll down, please, I'd like to look at 4D. It says the level of strain felt by senior colleagues at Post Office is substantially different to the level of strain felt by more junior colleagues, and this is impacting their well-being. The predominant descriptions of the Post Office culture for junior colleagues are friendly and supportive, whilst for senior colleagues they are bureaucratic and political. The barriers which have the highest impact on strain have decreased for junior colleagues whilst increasing for senior colleagues. Proximity of senior colleagues to governance processes is likely a cause of strain, and job and organisational design should be reviewed for senior colleagues. Can you summarise for us what the issue here is?
It's quite a lot to summarise. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of how I can best say this as succinctly as possible. So I think the comments on bureaucracy apply to the levels of process that those people have to apply to get change executed in the business or to make things happen. And the political behaviour, my belief is that would refer back to the references to the general executive group in terms of the political behaviour there, maybe. But I think it's really centred around how difficult it is to see processes that the team have to go through to get things done.
And it seems as though the solution might be changes to the job and organisational design. Is that something that has taken place?
It's something that's in the process of taking place, yes.
And how do you foresee that happening?
Do I think there needs to be more clear lines of accountability and demarcation between responsibilities, so people are very clear on the elements of their role which are within the confines of what they're responsible for, and that there's clarity, but also that we have roles that are duplicative in the business as well, and that causes confusion and also gets in the way of getting things done. So I think there's a need to organise work better, simply put, and to have the right people in the right jobs.
And who's taking that forward?
That's my responsibility to take forward.
Do you have a timeline for implementation?
We're doing the work at the moment to, constantly evaluating the structure of the business, like I guess in any other business. But we're sort of specifically looking at that over the next. We've started and we're looking at that over the next few months. Yes.
Could we please turn over the page and look at F? F says poor internal communications are driving a lack of colleague confidence in both Post Office and the senior leadership. 43% of colleagues suggest that the one thing they would do to make Post Office a better place to work is either to improve internal communication or be more honest and transparent. In most businesses, suggestions to make the business a better place to work tend to centre on improving pay and benefits or improving progression opportunities. So the overwhelming feedback on communications at Post Office suggests this is a real area of opportunity. Can you assist us with that?
It's surprising that it's so important. So I think that paints the picture of what people's expectations of us are as a leadership team, and is giving us very clear signposting and emphasising the need to communicate, I think, with colleagues and with postmasters. I think it's very important that we take heed of that.
And are you aware of work that's ongoing in that respect?
Yes, work has definitely started in that respect.
And can you point to any concrete steps that you think will change that concern?
We have regular, every Wednesday we have a regular communication that Nick in the past has led, and now Neil Brocklehurst has taken over from, where we do a kind of weekly communication on business performance, changes that we're making. There might be issues on some elements of the people plan that we want to communicate, or colleague wellbeing, for example. And they're attended physically with the people that are in the office, and then there's a broadcast. And then every 4 weeks we do a fuller, more comprehensive meeting, again led by the executive team. And at that point, people are able to ask questions of the executive team, or each other, frankly. And most recently, and this has been a really positive step forward, we've had postmasters as well attending those meetings and speaking to the Post Office team and the Post Office colleagues about their life as a postmaster.
Is that something that's formal, that's going to happen every so often?
There's a plan to make it happen regularly and often, and to do more in that respect as well.
Does that have a particular name, the group that met with the sub-postmasters?
We haven't, I don't think, from memory, sorry, that there may be, I'm not familiar with it having a name, but I think there's a strong intent, and our Director of Corporate Affairs and Communications is taking responsibility for making that happen.
Thank you. That can come down. At paragraph 99 of your witness statement, you have said that there's a perception that the organisation is not as open as it could be. Is that a perception, or is that reality?
There is definitely work to do. So I think there is a sense of reality, but I also think that I think there is. It is a reality. Yes, I think we could be more open.
To take an example, Callum Greenhow of the NFSP has given evidence to the inquiry about a meeting on the 29th of May this year. I think you were present at that meeting. Is that right?
I've been present at a couple of meetings. If they're the meetings I think you're referring to, yes, I have been present definitely with him at a meeting, yes.
He has suggested that information was given to him about the new NBIT system, but that didn't mention a number of concerns that we've heard about at this inquiry about the quality of the NBIT build and about cost. Do you think those meetings with the NFSP have been as candid as they should have been?
Apologies, I don't recall that specific conversation happening, I'm afraid, at that meeting at all. I think I can talk confidently about the intent going into those meetings. And I know Nick had asked the whole of the executive to try where we possibly could to sort of show representation, genuinely to meet and listen to the views of Voice of the Postmaster and the NFSP and the CWU. So we all attended for that reason. So I think the intent going in there definitely would have been to have open dialogue and to take constructive challenge from those groups of people about how we could better run the business. But I can't recall the specifics of that meeting, I'm sorry.
I appreciate that NBIT is not your area of responsibility, but looking at NBIT, do you think that there is sufficient transparency about the future in regards to that system, from what you've seen and heard within the business?
I think because of what I've seen and heard and listening to the view from postmasters and other people, I think there is definitely opportunity to improve the openness and transparency of the progress, yes.
I'd like to turn to a anonymous letter. Can we please bring up on the screen poll 004484111? This is a letter that you will have seen. It's from a group of people who have called themselves Post Office whistleblowers. It was sent to a number of people, including the chair, members of Parliament, and the inquiry. In the third paragraph, it says, since March, the Post Office has conducted 2 opinion surveys, one directed at postmasters, the other at Post Office employees. Both results are shocking and serve to demonstrate that the culture within the Post Office is significantly worsening. Despite Mr. Reid confirming in a parliamentary committee meeting in January that improvements in culture were being made, this is not true. We're deeply frustrated that despite several requests to see the full results, we are being denied access. Is this something that fell within your area of responsibility?
So the Postmaster survey, not, but the colleague survey, yes, that's within my area of responsibility.
Are you aware of this specific allegation?
I wasn't aware until I saw this in preparation for the inquiry very recently. I didn't know that that was the allegation.
Can you speak to it at all in terms of whether you're aware of any requests to see the full results and not being granted?
Yes, I attended the board meeting to present the results on the colleague survey, and at the same time, the team that were responsible for the Postmaster survey also attended at the same meeting, so I happened to stay for the whole session, which was very comprehensive. We covered the detail of the Postmaster survey. This is not the YouGov survey, sorry, this is the internal survey, and the colleague survey in detail with the board. We'd also covered both of those same things at our executive group meeting beforehand. And we have fully communicated the results, certainly of the colleague survey. I can speak with conviction to that element through the business at every level. And we've been very comprehensive. So we haven't sanitised any of those results. We've provided full and comprehensive detail to every business leader to then share with their teams. We have protected anonymity in the smaller groups from the verbatim comments, but frankly, the verbatim comments roll up into the themes of the survey anyway. So there's no chance of any ambiguity about the results of the survey.
Thank you. The letter then goes on to raise a concern about people being managed by Mr. Reid. If we scroll down, we can see a complaint about those who are said to have conflicts of interest, and we'll get on to Project Phoenix and the Past Roles project shortly. If we go over the page, please, there's just something that's said about you that I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond on. And it's the second paragraph. I think we're going to actually have a version of this that doesn't have the redactions on, but it doesn't matter for today's purpose. It says, who are the new executives coming on board too? Karen McEwan is well known to Reed. They work together and have kept in touch over the years. How she got appointed within weeks of her predecessor departing tells us that this is another cover-up and Reed is simply surrounding himself with his own type. How would you respond to that allegation?
I mean, it's just totally untrue. So, as I said, I was on a management development program with Nick 20 years ago. We genuinely have had no contact since, and that's particularly of relevance because at the time that I was at McColl's, Nick was at the NISA group, and there could have been an opportunity then, given that I was an executive member of the team at McColl's, for us to have contact, and even at that point, we didn't make contact at all. I had no contact with him. Coincidentally, I had written an email to Nick the week before I got approached by MBS executive. I had no idea that there were any vacancies in the Post Office leadership team, but by mutual contact from Tesco, suggested to me that I wasn't working at the time and that I would be very helpful to Post Office in some way, shape or form, and that I should contact Nick, and suggested that I contacted him. I wrote him an email, and I actually said in the email, I'm not sure whether you all remember me. I didn't even know that Nick would remember who I was 20 years later. So to read that my appointment was less than cloaked in integrity is disturbing. Though I was approached formally, I was interviewed formally as a candidate for that job, genuinely, and I had no contact with Nick over that time. I also don't know that it would have been problematic if I had been in contact with Nick. I wouldn't have been ashamed about that, and it certainly wasn't a cover-up, but genuinely we hadn't been in touch for a 20-year period.
Thank you very much. That clarifies that matter. Can that letter please come down? Moving on to non-executive directors, what is your view, if you have one, on the balance between the number of executives and the number of non-executive directors on the board?
So in terms of the number, it feels appropriate and it's in keeping with my previous experience.
Thank you. In respect of the Postmaster non-executive directors, do you consider that that works in principle?
That the role works?
Yes.
I think it's fundamentally important, and it definitely works insofar as both of those individuals give a good, honest representation of issues mattering most to postmasters. So I think the role is invaluable, and I think in other organisations, other boards should work hard to take the same principles.
Do you have any concerns about any conflicts of interest in that respect?
No.
Are there other ways in which you consider that sub-postmasters or sub-postmaster experiences can be built into the business in some way?
Yes, so we have a Postmaster Experience Director. He's a recent appointment, and he's a serving Postmaster, and he's doing really well in bringing to life the issues that are live and happening for postmasters. And in fact, he's been instrumental in bringing the postmaster to the meetings that I was referring to earlier. So that's a role that I think we should continue to heavily focus on and heavily champion. And I think as an executive team, it's very, very important that we have a close and trusting relationship with him, and that he feels he's able to talk to us and tell us about issues that he might be experiencing in getting things done in the business. I think that's really important.
Do you know who instigated that role?
Sorry?
Do you know who instigated that particular role, the Postmaster Experience Director?
I'm not entirely sure who did, no.
And that's Mr. Eldridge.
It is, yes.
Are you aware of how he manages to balance working as a sub-postmaster with also taking on this role at the post office?
So every conversation and encounter that I've had with him, he's very positive and has never said that he's not able to cope with that. And I think he seems really capable, and he's got a really good both commercial background and a postmaster background. So I'm confident that he would tell me if he didn't think he was able to balance it, and he does seem to be able to do that, yes.
Is he in some way supported by a team at the post office, or does he attend on his own?
So I think I think he wants to retain a degree of independence, I think, but also he would be supported by the retail team, and I think he has a good relationship with them, yes.
Perhaps we could bring up onto screen poll 004 58458. I think this was the advertisement for, or job description for that role. If we could scroll over the page, please, and if we could look at page 5. If you could scroll down, there's a section there that says, where does this role fit with the rest of the team? And can you assist us with that, plees?
In terms of whether this happens in practice? Or,
Yes.
Yeah. So, yes, that is as I see it in practice, yes.
So who holds the other roles?
So the engagement director role is held with Tracy Marshall, and the group chief retail officer was Martin Roberts, but obviously we've made the changes to that function. So temporarily, Pete Marsh is stepping up interim cover for the chief retail officer role.
And you've previously, in your evidence, expressed some concerns about the previous holder of that role. Do you have confidence in the new individual who holds the role, or is stepping up to the role?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to another topic, but that might be a moment to take our morning break.
All right. What time shall we resume?
If we come back in 15 minutes, so 35 minutes past. Thank you.
Okey-doke.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to cultural issues. Paragraph 70 of your witness statement, you have referred to the behaviours framework that was launched. And I'd just like to bring up onto screen, if I may, your statement, WITN 113-60100, page 24. Is the behaviours framework something that you are responsible for?
When I consider the formulation of it and the communication, yes. In terms of overall accountability, I think the behaviours are the responsibility of everybody in the business.
Thank you. If we could bring up page 24 of your witness statement, please. It's paragraph 71. You say at 71, one of the 4 key behaviours is own the outcome, which I'm confident will help drive the changes in ownership and accountability we need to see. The other key behaviours are be curious, move it forward, and back each other, all of which are critical to cultural change. To a group of lawyers, that sounds like a lot of words and not much else. Can you assist us with really what that means in practice?
Yes, I appreciate that, how it doesn't read literally. I think owning the outcome means for people to take responsibility and accountability, which is obviously critically important given the history of the Post Office, to take their job seriously, to fulfil it to the best of their capability, and to make the decisions and own the consequences of decisions that they take. In terms of be curious, this is particularly relevant because the Post Office has been accused of, and understandably so, a lack of curiosity, a lack of seeking to find the truth in any circumstances, even when seeking the truth is difficult. It's very important that everyone in the organisation asks questions, feels comfortable to question people, particularly when they're more senior, actually. Moving it forward is the acknowledgement that sometimes good is better than perfect. And what I mean by that is that there is sometimes I think that sometimes stifles performance, so people feel that everything has to be perfect and everything is going to be scrutinised, and rightly so in some cases, but it does sometimes hinder progress. So we wanted to encourage people to feel that they were giving their best and their best was good enough. And backing each other is fairly straightforward, but that means to support each other through times of difficulty and challenge.
Issues of culture are quite difficult to monitor. Is there a way in which achieving those behaviours can be monitored?
Yes, we're taking that extremely seriously. So rather than a series of words, and I appreciate when you see this in the statement on a piece of paper, it can look like a half-hearted promise, but we're very serious about it. So right the way through from ensuring that all of these 4 behaviours are embedded in our recruitment practices, for example. So we've got a framework to help people who are interviewing to seek out these behaviours and to make sure that the people that we recruit to the Post Office have the right values and the right behaviours. And actually that's arguably as important, if not more important, sometimes than the technical expertise, if we have the right people, particularly on curiosity, for example. So we're building it into the recruitment practices and processes that we have. We are building it into progression through the business. So I think in the past I refer to people maybe ending up in jobs that they weren't totally capable of doing. That's critically important. And even if that means letting people down when they think that they're going to be capable, but they're not, whether we have to have more scrutiny as an organisation on that. So as well as subject matter expertise, we'll be looking for these behaviours and identifying those behaviours in individuals before we promise anyone a bigger job, a bigger pay package, and more responsibilities. These are the individuals that are leading an organisation in a hugely and very critical time of change. So they're important.
That can come down, thank you. In terms of culture towards sub-postmasters, we've seen in evidence the letter from Mr. Reid to the Lord Chancellor in January 2024 regarding the potential exoneration of sub-postmasters. Is that a letter that has been discussed with you at all?
So is it possible to remind me? So I see.
I don't have the number to hand, but it's a letter in which Mr. Reid set out the number of appeals that the Post Office was likely not to contest as against the higher number of those that would be contested. If it's not something that you're aware of...
It's not something I remember at all, I'm sorry.
Fine. Could we, in that case, please turn to poll 00448-653.
Apologies, I've got a completely blank screen.
No, that's okay.
Is that
come up in a
normal?
second.
There's nothing happening on my screen at all. It's completely black. Sorry.
Is it changed now, or is it still black?
There's nothing here.
So we may need to pause for a moment while somebody has a look at it. It might just be a matter of turning it on. I'm not sure where the switch is, though, I'm afraid.
It was working before the break.
It was working perfectly before.
Yeah.
It was working up until a few seconds ago.
Yeah. You go and rescue him, David.
Yes. So perhaps we could take a 5-minute break.
We can. Do you actually want us to go in and out? I'm quite happy just to sit here. Everybody else can go out if they want to, but this coming and throwing, I think I'll just sit here if it's only 5 minutes. I'll conduct an experiment as to whether you can resist talking to each other. Okay.
Yes, I think so.
I think our IT assessor has resolved the matter.
So the key behaviour of our IT assessor is speed and efficiency, Mr. Blake.
open properly, but at the moment I've got the screen back. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we please then turn to poll 00448-653, and that is what we know as the Project Pineapple email. Over the page, please. Was this something that you saw around about mid-January of this year?
Yes, it is.
If we could scroll down, please. I'd just like to take you through a few of the complaints that were set out in this email, just to see whether any of those fall within your responsibility and what has been taken forward and what hasn't. So if we start with the first paragraph, there are the concerns expressed regarding Mr. Taylor and a feeling by management and even members of the board that still persisted that those postmasters who have not come forward to be exonerated were guilty as charged. So that's a similar complaint to the complaint about the letter that I was asking you about that you hadn't seen.
Yes.
In respect of that particular allegation, not just against Mr. Taylor, but a broader allegation that sub-postmasters are seen as guilty as charged who haven't come forward to be exonerated, are there any steps that you personally have taken in that regard?
I mean, obviously, as a member of the executive team, I take that very seriously, and it definitely isn't a feeling or it's just definitely not something I'm familiar with at my time in the post office. I've never heard that, and I don't believe, to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe that anybody that I work with in the organisation feels that's true, that's the case at all.
If we look at the second paragraph, there's a complaint there about Mr. Roberts and certain members of his team. I think you've mentioned Mr. Roberts already. Is that a matter that you have personally taken forward?
So the subsequent investigation into this complaint was handled by a member of my team, yes.
And is Mr. Roberts still in the organisation?
No, he isn't.
Thank you. And is that a result of action that has been taken?
No, it isn't.
The next paragraph is a complaint about the power wielded by Mr. Foat, General Counsel. Is that something that you have personally been involved in?
This particular part of the statement wasn't totally new to me because Henry Staunton had mentioned this previously when I was having a conversation with him about the investigatory processes that were in place at the time. So I think that sentiment was not as much as a surprise as some of the other elements of the letter.
Is it something that you have looked into, and is it something that you feel action needs to be taken or has been taken? Yes, we are and have looked into it. Every element of this was subject to a very thorough investigation. So we've broken this down and have investigated on all of the matters. As I said, this view that was held at the time about Ben Foat was something that I was definitely familiar with. Though, is it something that you have taken any actions in respect of?
So I think the action that I am and have taken is more all-encompassing action to improve the culture in the business more generally and to ensure that the executive and management and everybody lives to the values and the behaviours. We haven't, I haven't specifically taken any action in respect to Ben Foat, no.
If we scroll over the page, please, there's another complaint there regarding Postmaster non-executive director membership on all committees, including REMCO. What's your view of that?
I think Amanda Burton referenced it in her evidence. I think is helpful to have representation of all non-executive directors at some of the committee meetings. Yes.
In terms of Remco, I think you've said, are you a member or do you just attend?
I don't have any voting accountability, but I attend the meetings. I'm responsible and accountable for preparing the papers for that meeting. And
in your view, would Postmaster non-executive director membership of that committee be helpful or unhelpful?
It would be helpful.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 004485599? And we're now looking at the fallout from the sharing of that Project Pineapple email. If we scroll down to the bottom of the page, Mr. Foat has emailed Nick Reed, and he says, the Project Pineapple email contained very serious allegations of which I have not been made aware. Given the circumstances, I would be conflicted. This is, I think, in relate. Do you know what the context of this email is?
How I read it at the time and looking at it now, my belief, but I don't know this to be the case, but I think you'd have to ask Ben Foat, but my belief here is that there are inferences made about his conduct and his treatment of postmasters, which when he read the email were the first time that he had been made aware that there was a perception or there were any allegations against him. So I think the point that he's making here is that he didn't know, but now that he does know, clearly we wouldn't be able to carry on with the investigation because he would be in a position of conflict. So I think that's the point that he's making.
Thank you. And he says, Karen and Ben T, it would be helpful to have a conversation with you. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Foat about the Project Pineapple issue?
Yeah, I did have the conversation on the day that the email came out, yes.
And can you assist us with what was discussed?
So Ben was very distressed, and I think on that day and at that time there was a lot of anxiety in the business, and particularly with the individuals that had been in receipt of the email and who were named in the email. Because of the sensitivity at that time, Owen Woodley and I decided that we would take responsibility and take control of the situation effectively, and therefore we were the only two members of the executive that were in contact with people, and we sort of divided responsibility effectively to call those people to try and to settle them down, bearing in mind that we'd got to worry about business continuity, and there was already, at that period in time was our most critical period of time, and we were all very, very concerned about people's well-being, but also about running the business. So I had the conversation with Ben, and he was very distressed.
Did you speak to the sub-postmaster non-executive directors around this time?
I did, but not immediately. So I think it was at the beginning of the following week. I think this happened from memory on a Friday, and I was in contact with Ben, I remember, on that day, and then subsequently Martin Roberts over that weekend, and I spoke to Saf. I don't recall speaking to Elliot, but I spoke to Saf very early in the beginning of the following week, yes.
Could we please turn to poll 00460000? And this is the investigation report that was carried out by Nicola Marriott into this particular issue. Was this something that you commissioned or asked to be carried out?
Yes, so at the time of the Project Pineapple email, which was the middle of January, it was clear that once the dust had settled and we had made sure that the people that were named were as composed as they could be, it was obvious that we needed to take some action. And we decided at the time that Nicola Marriott would be the most suitable person. She's extremely experienced and very thorough, and has a very good perspective of the criticality of postmasters in the business as well, which I thought was important. So she would understand probably better than anybody the need for a kind of very rigorous approach to the investigation. So she set about doing that work in the beginning of February, yes.
Could we please turn to the bottom of page 15 and we can see the summary of her findings? She says there is a consistent theme of lack of effective communication and updates into the board, sufficient for Saf and Elliott to fully understand some of the issues raised, how they're being handled, and in some instances why things have taken so long. If we scroll down, based on this investigation, I do not believe there is a toxic culture towards postmasters still prevalent within the post office, or that there is an intentional attempt from current employees to prevent the postmaster non-executive directors from having access to relevant information. However, I can understand why some of the situations outlined by Elliott and Saf could be perceived in this way, and the recommendations will address the need to improve flow of information to the board, as well as clarify the scope of the postmaster non-executive director role, including what is appropriate in terms of engagement outside of the board, with subsequent engagement on this to all relevant stakeholders. The reference in that conclusion to not believing that there is a toxic culture towards postmasters still prevalent within the post office, do you think this investigation was sufficient to have reached that conclusion?
I would say, in reading and analysing that particular line again, that is quite an all-encompassing statement, yes. I think trusting that Nicola will have had the best intention in doing this investigation, I think from the interviews she conducted and the people that she spoke to, I think she's there from the best of her knowledge, stating what she believes to be right. But I think it would be impossible, with hindsight from the extent of that investigation, to be able to make that comment with conviction.
We've seen recently, for example, the investigation into Mr. Jacobs and correspondence from an investigator to him as part of that investigation. Did you hear that evidence?
No, not specifically, but I am aware of it.
Do you think that there are still potentially wider cultural issues that might mean that, in fact, to some extent, there is a toxic culture towards postmasters still prevalent in some aspects of the business?
Not to the best of my knowledge, but I do believe that there is still a lack of capability in the organisation that needs to be addressed. And I believe that there are also still issues with the infrastructure and the operating model of the post office, which I think I talked earlier about accountability being in the right places. I don't think that's helpful. And I do also think that maybe the communication isn't as transparent as it could be, not for any malicious intent, but either because of those capability issues or because people are still worried about the consequences of saying things that may be controversial or admitting that things are not right. So I do think that there is still that feeling within some members of the post office colleague population, yes.
Thank you. Paragraphs 153 to 157 of your witness statement, you have raised an issue and you say it wasn't minuted as part of that investigation. Can you assist us insofar as you're able to with what that issue is?
So I could just wait for this to come up. I can't see it at the moment, sorry.
Would you like to see your witness statement?
Yes. Oh, sorry, yes, please. Yeah.
WITN 113-60100, paragraphs 153. That's page 52. We can't look into the truth or otherwise of what was said to Parliament, but if you're able to assist us with what the broad allegation was that you say was not minuted as part of that allegation.
Sorry, yes, I'll just remind myself.
153 to 157.
Yes, this relates to one of the two. I was asked about whistleblowing complaints in the business, and this relates to one of the two whistleblowing complaints that I was aware of at the time of writing my statement, yes.
So it wasn't minuted because, so as to protect the identity of the whistleblower or for some other reason?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I think your witness statement suggested that there was intentionally something not minuted within that investigation.
No,
Perhaps
that wasn't what I was intending. No.
That's fine. Perhaps we can then move on to Project Phoenix and past roles. That can come down. Thank you. Did you understand the difference between Project Phoenix and past roles at the beginning?
Do you mean at the beginning of my time in the Post Office?
If they were both ongoing at that time, then
They
yes.
were both ongoing, and no, I didn't immediately understand the issues. The differences, sorry. I understood what was broadly being looked into, but I didn't immediately understand the differences, no.
When did you become aware of the differences between the two?
So I had started asking questions about it because it obviously related to extremely important matters, and I felt that I should be aware of them. And I'd ask questions probably from not long after I joined, probably at the end of October. And I established a broad understanding. At that time, I wasn't accountable for the work, but I got a broad understanding, and I did quickly understand the differences between those two groups of people, yes.
I think you've said in your witness statement that past roles was moved to sit within your domain by December 2023. Is that correct?
I think it was around. I couldn't remember exactly, but I'm sure it was as we came from the Christmas break into the new year, kind of the end of December. Yes.
And why was it moved within your domain, and where did it come from originally?
So originally, Owen Woodley had executive accountability for it, and then there was a couple of people that were set up to do the operational work. Yeah.
And why did it move to you?
I mean, naturally, there were investigatory matters which related to colleagues that worked in the business, so therefore, from an accountability perspective, it would make sense for it to sit with me. But also, I think I was probably, with respect to Owen, I was probably better qualified to take the executive responsibility. I probably had more experience in that particular area than Owen did at the time. So we discussed it and agreed that it would be better to sit in my area.
And how about Project Phoenix?
No, so Project Phoenix was with the John Bartlett's team, the Assurance and Complex Investigations team.
And do you think that division between the two is appropriate?
Do you mean the division in Project Phoenix between myself and that unit, or do you mean the division of past roles and Phoenix? Sorry.
Both.
Both. So yes, in terms of the division of the two subject matters, because they are distinctly different. Ultimately, I think it's important for me to be connected and brought in on some of the matters relating to Project Phoenix, because after all, they relate to Post Office colleagues who have a contract with the business. Yes.
And are you sufficiently brought in?
Yes.
Could we please turn to poll 00448-308? We're going to start by looking at the past roles project. We'll then move on to Phoenix. These are the terms of reference that the inquiry's seen before. I'm not going to spend a great deal of time on it, but the first sentence there refers to the past roles project being established after the inquiry's compensation hearing in December 2022. Are you aware of why that was the particular trigger for this work?
My understanding is because of the judgments and that initiated the work.
Sorry, what do you mean?
So I think from the this is recollection, so I think it's from as a result of the judgments that the team was set up to look into this matter.
Do you know why the inquiry's own compensation hearing might have been a trigger?
I don't know, I'm sorry, no.
If we turn over the page, please, we see the risks that can are said to emerge. and this is a matter I've dealt with other witnesses. They're set out there, number one, criticism of employees, say on social media. Two, undermining the integrity of the work being performed, for example, giving rise to conflict or the perception of conflict. Three, undermining Postmaster or of the public confidence in the work being performed by the Post Office or the specific team. Do you consider those risks to be an accurate reflection of the risks? And in that order?
In that order, no. I obviously can't speak to this confidently because I wasn't here at the time. I think all of them are considerations. The biggest risk of changes in this particular unit where most of these people were employed would be the slowing of compensation for postmasters. So I think that probably should have been the number one issue here.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we please turn to poll 00448615? This is a group executive report based on the title is Past Roles Review, dated 17th of January 2024. Could I please ask you to turn to page 7? And I wonder whether you can assist us with this. We've heard evidence that it was originally, or certainly Mr. Jacobs thought that he was originally going to be sitting on this panel. We see there Mark Eldridge's name as Postmaster NED. Can you assist us with that at all?
Obviously, I wasn't there at the time of setting up this panel, so I wasn't aware actually that that was the case. So,
and if we could please turn to page 11. Is Mr. Eldridge, does he sit on that panel?
yes, he does.
Paragraph 3, this is another passage that I've read to other witnesses. It says there, in terms of key themes for communications, in carrying out this work, we're acutely aware of the duties we owe to our colleagues and the views of our trade unions. We also recognise that in the vast majority of cases, employees who have performed such roles in the past will have carried out their duties according to the instructions given to them by the business at the time, and in the belief that Horizon was robust. Do you consider that to be appropriate?
So I think in seeing some of the thematic evidence that I've seen over my time in the Post Office relating to kind of the mistakes that have been made in culture, it isn't surprising to see that the reference to the fact that colleagues were acting under instructions from more senior people, that isn't surprising. It's very difficult to comment. I wasn't obviously here when these terms of reference were.
This is a report from January 2024.
Oh, sorry. Right. Okay. Right.
If we take a step back and look at the past roles review and the work that's being carried out, do you think that there has been sufficient focus on the risk it actually poses to sub-postmasters and, for example, those claiming compensation and redress, rather than, for example, the risks to current employees?
I think in my time here and in all of the conversations that I have had, both of those things have been a consideration. So it is true to say that the concern that people looking at our progress with this might have sub-postmasters and members of the public and other people is relevant, and it has been relevant to us, as well as the impact on the colleagues in the business, yes.
Could we please turn to poll 00448864? These are the minutes of a group executive meeting from 13th of March of this year. And I'd just like to read to you a passage or a few paragraphs that relate to the Past Roles project. They can be found on page 3, please. If we scroll down, we can see the heading People and Past Roles. Is this something you spoke to, or you?
So I sponsored the work. Nick Marriott and Simon Ricaldin came in to do the presentation.
Thank you. I'm just going to read to you a few passages and just ask you some questions going along. So SR is Mr. Ricaldin and NM is Miss Marriott. Simon Ricaldin and Nicola Marriott spoke to the paper, which set out a recommendation on the approach to be taken in relation to the past roles review and the staffing in the remediation unit in light of the change in operational context and political environment. Do you know what's meant there by the operational context and political environment?
Yes, my understanding and the conversations I'd had with Nick before she came in to present this paper were that it was quite difficult at the time, amongst other things, to determine the workload requirement and therefore the workforce planning for the remediation unit, because things were changing quite frequently at this particular time. This is in the time of the mass exoneration and the change to the schemes as well. So what she's speaking to here is the changing environment, but also the difficulties faced by that team at the time and the workload. So operational in the sense that there was more pressure, more work, and some of the political decisions that had been taken at that time, which changed the work of that unit.
The third bullet point says it had been agreed that an independent panel would be established to validate the approach to the activity, and while it had decision-making authority, it was able to recommend potential outcomes as follows: no further action, reallocation of workload or activities, redeployment, additional assistance for employee well-being, or a formal employment process in limited circumstances. For example, where an individual in a high-risk role unreasonably refuses to accept redeployment or cooperate with the business. So the Past Roles project here is looking at those who had previously been involved in issues that the inquiry is looking at and who are still working for the Post Office. And these are the options that are being presented or were presented for example, not taking action, redeploying, etc. Is that a fair summary of that?
That's exactly right, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Marriott noted, the public perception aside, no direct conflicts have been found, and none of the risks outlined within the terms of reference of the past roles review had materialised, and that ongoing uncertainty was causing upset with mental health absence as a result in some cases. Do you know what's meant there by none of the risks outlined in the terms of reference had materialised?
I can't remember, and I don't know specifically, but I'm sorry, I can't remember.
It says colleagues were rated red. However, if they were identified as giving rise to a perceived risk in terms of undermining the integrity and independence of remediation and redress work being done, and in those cases redeployment had been recommended. Since the review had been undertaken, there had been a significant increase in late applications, and the remediation unit work driven by current external scrutiny and the heightened awareness that was generating organisational design delays had meant an increase in colleagues who were deemed as red, and there was no clarity yet on the government's role in relation to redress going forward and associated processes and procedures. Are we to understand that by March 2024, following, for example, the ITV drama, there was an increase in number of people who were claiming redress, and the remediation unit was under great pressure, work pressure?
Yes, that's correct.
And the concern in the business, it appears, and correct me if I'm wrong on my reading of this, is that the work that was being undertaken in relation to the Past Roles project, potentially redeploying people from the remediation unit, would cause problems in that regard.
I think that was one of the balancing decisions that we had, actually, yes, and it was very difficult to pinpoint exactly what the workload and therefore the workforce requirements of the team were. It's quite difficult to pin that down, and that's, I believe, one of the other reasons that's led to it taking longer than it should have taken.
Simon Recaldin and Nicola Marriott noted the implications arising from a reduction in headcount and the risks posed to redress claim processing times. The recommendation to the SEG, therefore, was to take a many-to-few approach to redesigning the organisational structure within the remediation unit. The approach would see the number of red employees reduce and the appointment of new recruits to undertake work at a different, lower grade, albeit the transition would need to be done over time to help mitigate the risk to redress claims processing times. Can you assist us with what the suggestion is there, please?
So I think we were acutely aware that the last thing that we could do was slow down compensation, and therefore changes to the structure in that unit, taking away people that, notwithstanding the perception of their involvement in work that is of interest to the inquiry and had led to Postmaster prosecution, that they had experience and knowledge, and we already had a gap in corporate knowledge that was essential not to slow down redress, and that was the forefront of our mind.
So were you balancing out a risk? On the one hand, you had a risk that those who were previously involved in issues being examined by the inquiry would still be employed within the remediation team. But on the other side, you had potential delay if they were to be redeployed elsewhere.
Yes, absolutely.
It was recommended that the creation of a separate independent function should continue to be explored and initially in discussion with government, as the makeup of any such function would depend on final decisions on the government's role in relation to redress going forward. We saw the government's role being mentioned at the very top of the page as well. Is there at this point in time a movement at the Post Office towards trying to put redress in the government's hands rather than in the Post Office's hands?
So I'm aware of, I'm not involved in those conversations, so I can't confidently speak to them, but I do know that those conversations have been ongoing and are another factor in us not clearly or haven't clearly been able to determine the resource requirements of the unit. So I think we're working blind to the decisions that might happen outside of our control, really, and assuming a business as usual approach to ensure continuity of compensation, the best that we can do.
It says, as the makeup of any such function would depend on final decisions on the government's role in relation to redress going forward. Ms Marriott noted that while she stood behind the recommendation, she would wish to emphasise that no conflicts had been found, nor had any risks materialised. The issue is one of perception. On this basis, Ms Marriott would personally advocate for no further action. So we have a many-to-few approach and we have a no further action approach. Can you talk us through those two different possibilities?
So the no further action would be exactly as it says there. I mean, we would do nothing effectively with any of the people that worked in the remediation unit. They would continue in their role and they would stay as it is. Nothing would be any different. The many-to-few approach would be a restructuring, reorganisation approach that is a redundancy, effectively. This is a post office terminology that I only became familiar with very recently, but the many-to-few approach is the decreasing or kind of diminishing of a business unit, and therefore the compulsory redundancy that would be associated with that. That's the terminology for it. So it goes from, I think, the extreme of doing nothing at all to making people in that business unit redundant on a compulsory basis.
Mr. Railton and Ms. Marriott left the meeting so that the SEG could discuss the recommendations. The SEG discussed the difficult trade-offs at play, with the majority voting for the many to few recommendation. And then it has a footnote. If we could scroll down, we can see the footnote. It says, NR, CB and KS voted for option 3, many to few. OW voted for option 2, no further action. And it says that you abstained on the basis that option 3, that's the many to few, had the majority vote. Can you assist us with what your view actually was at that time?
So my view at the time, and the reason for not abstaining, was to delay the process any further. My view at the time was we just needed to do something. And it was clear that it had already taken too long. So I had a strong view that something did need to be done. Therefore, I wasn't firmly of the view that nothing should happen. I could see that clearly something had to happen. Yes.
And the decision was taken for option 3, many to few. Does that mean the team was made smaller in size, or what happened?
So this was the recommendation that was then taken to the board, which is why it was so important at this meeting that we got a decision, because I think by now it was, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the middle of March. Yes. And because the conversation had been circling around for a long time, and because we were all acutely aware of the internal impact and the internal perception, let alone the external perspective of not doing anything, it was becoming critical. I think this was the meeting pre the board meeting, and at the board meeting we were going to get the final decision and permission to move ahead and execute the plan that we are now, actually as I speak, we are now in the process of executing. We're not taking a compulsory redundancy approach, but we have resolved with a mixture of a voluntary redundancy approach and then a ring fence where we'll be removing people from the remediation unit, so they will be reporting in a separate unit. But we've got a period of time that's really critical, so we can hand over, and I mentioned earlier that they have subject matter experience, which is critical to compensation, and we don't want to lose that experience and knowledge, so there'll be a transition period where, but over 3 months or so, where that knowledge can be transferred properly so that the work can still progress.
So is the current position arising from this discussion and the subsequent board meeting that people are being replaced within the remediation unit? And if so, do you see any risks to the prompt payment of compensation and redress to sub-postmasters arising from that?
I'm confident that we cross-functionally have all of the right plans in place. It's critical that there is this handover period, and whilst people may expect for it to happen very quickly, it's critical that it doesn't happen any quicker. It takes as long as it needs to take to ensure that the knowledge transfer happens, and only at that point will those people move away from the unit. So I think if that isn't enacted, then that there is a clear risk that there's a knowledge gap. And it has been really difficult to establish the specific resource requirements for that unit because of the change in, for example, the change to the schemes and what that might mean. And I think that drives the need to be constantly monitoring the resource requirements in that unit. So I think we're working closely as a people team with Simon Railton and his team to ensure that he has, as a subject matter expert, that he has exactly what he needs to continue to run the function. But the redress and the speed of compensation is at the forefront of my mind and everybody's mind that's dealing with this project.
Could we please have a look at poll 004584447? This is a separate issue that appears to have been happening at a very similar time to these discussions. So if we look at these discussions at the group executive level with the 13th of March of this year, this is email correspondence from the 8th of March. Could we turn over the page, please? It relates to a grievance that had been raised in respect of Mr. Recalden around this time. We don't need to go into the detail, but we have there in the paragraph beginning with the word whilst, it says, whilst I do not believe escalation is required to the misconduct policy in relation to Simon, the investigation does raise concerns about the effectiveness of his performance, and a number of further actions are now needed to get to the bottom of and correct issues that are likely present within the function, including ineffective OD. Can you assist us with what that means?
Sorry, yes, that's organisation design, so the way that the unit is structured.
And lack of resourcing plan, as well as cultural issues arising from an us and them mindset within the leadership team. Can you assist us with the concerns that are being raised there?
So can I just take a minute to remind myself of
Absolutely.
this paragraph? So there are a couple of issues. So the original complaint that had been initiated was regarding the disproportionate number of people that were incumbent post office colleagues vis-a-vis the number of contingent workers, so contractor workers, and that's why I think I'm referring here to the setup of the business unit and the function. And it was clear that there was a need to have a better resourcing plan. And I've spoken to the kind of volatility and the challenges relating to that. But it was really important that we were clear so that we could help Simon and the team. We were clear about exactly what was needed in that function to run the compensation scheme process effectively. And at that time, I offered some support with one of the people team who had expertise in both organisation design and resourcing to help Simon and the team to have more effective plans.
That was in March of this year. Do you think that the team now, the remediation unit, has sufficient resources, sufficient expertise, sufficient quality individuals to address the issues of compensation and redress?
Did you say the remediation units? Apologies, I missed
Yes.
hear the first part of your statement. So would you mind repeating the questions?
Do you think that looking at the issues that were being raised as at March of this year, by the present time, do you think sufficient has been done to ensure that that unit has sufficient people, sufficient quality, sufficient expertise in respect of compensation and redress?
So I think in terms of the people required, as far as all of us can tell now, we are in a much stronger place in terms of resourcing requirements. I think, as you previously asked me about the moving of people in the past roles population and that potential knowledge loss, I mean, as long as we mitigate for that, I think that the people operationally that are doing the job are capable, and I think we have enough people. I think it is a moving feast because of the changes to schemes, and as long as we can keep on top of those changes, I think that will be helpful. We are supporting Simon and the team, so there are other members of the leadership team that are also helping in this function, in this unit as well, to ensure that we've got the right level of capability there. Yeah.
And looking at the concerns that are raised here regarding ineffective OD, lack of resourcing plan, and cultural issues, to what extent do you consider those may have impacted negatively on the speed of compensation and redress?
And I don't think we found any evidence that has happened to this point in time. But I think in answering the question as best as I'm able to answer it, if the design of the function and the way that the function and the people within it are working together is not as good as it should be and is not best practice, then that has the potential to be ineffective. And in this case, obviously what we're asking this unit to do is make compensation payments. So I think it has the potential for it to have had an effect, but we're not aware that it has.
And are you aware of anybody looking into those matters further?
Yes, so this is a constant point of discussion, and the operation of this is a constant point of discussion and focus, and our recently appointed Group General Counsel that's accountable for this area is very focused on it. So him and the team are giving this a lot of attention.
Thank you.
Can I just try and understand the scale of what we're talking about? First of all, in terms of the approximate numbers of people who have been working in the remediation unit, but in inverted commas, it's now thought appropriate that they should not be.
Yes.
How many actual numbers are we talking about?
For the actual number, and it's taken quite a long time to get to this point,
Yeah.
so sorry for my deliberation, but the
No.
actual number is 27 people.
Right, okay. And that's out of approximately how many?
Approximately 110, but that's approximate. So
Right, okay, so I got that. And so far as the schemes with which the remediation unit is concerned, followers of this inquiry will know that on occasions I've been struggling to keep abreast of the various schemes that have come into existence. The Post Office Remediation Unit, does it deal with, I believe there are now 4 schemes.
yes, I believe before.
So it deals with all of them?
Yes.
Fine, right.
4, but there are more than 4 schemes. So I might, to the best of my understanding, I'm definitely not the expert here, but I'm
No.
pretty certain it's 4, yes.
All right. Let me name them so that I'm sure I'm on the ball. There's what I'll call the first one, the shortfall scheme. That was the first one in time. Then there was a scheme when people's convictions started to be quashed by the Court of Appeal. We've called it the overturned conviction scheme. Then there was a scheme to provide further compensation to the members of the GLO.
Yes.
And now there is a scheme to compensate those people who've been, use the word, exonerated by Act of Parliament.
Yes.
Is that it, or are there more that I'm missing?
There's also a post office process review scheme. I'm sorry, I'm definitely not the subject matter expert, but sorry, there is a scheme regarding I think it's the process.
We've got lots of people.
Apologies, I could somebody more qualified than me to answer that question.
Anyway, that's fine. We'll get to the bottom of it. But I'm right at least that there are 4 at least.
Yes.
And there may be at least 1 more.
Yes.
Fine. All right.
Moving on now from past roles to Project Phoenix, we've heard a suggestion in evidence, I think from Mr. Staunton, suggesting that Project Phoenix was allowed to go into the long grass by Mr. Foat. What's your view on that?
Can I answer that question in 2 parts, if I might? This might be easier for me to answer. So, at the time of Mr. Staunton making that accusation, Ben Foat was not responsible for that unit, and so therefore, by nature, wasn't responsible for the investigations. So I think that was an error made by Mr. Staunton. I don't think he understood the structure of the business at that time, but Ben Foat wasn't actually responsible. In terms of the perception that it had been kicked into the long grass, I think there was just process failings and communication failings, and I don't think, to the best of my belief, that anybody had intended to kick that into the long grass. It's hugely complicated, and it's not straightforward.
What is your view on whether people should be suspended while they're being investigated rather than continuing to work within the business?
Specifically in relation to Project Phoenix,
Yes.
or are you saying generally? So my view on suspension is that it's a necessary form of action when an investigation is taking place. I think the bar on suspension is now far higher than it was, and obviously we're bound by ACAS guidelines, which is that generally we would use suspension where an investigation was going to be a brief period of time. I think in the case of Project Phoenix, the decision was taken not to suspend for that reason, because I don't think, I wasn't there at the time, but to the best of my understanding, and I know to be the case, the decision was taken not to suspend because we didn't deem that it would be a brief period of time and a brief investigation. That being said, with hindsight, I do think it may have been better to have made suspensions in this case, yes.
Are you able to assist us with whether you think sufficient progress has now been made in relation to Project Phoenix?
So yes, I do believe that sufficient progress has been made, and internally we are confident. Again, this isn't necessarily right within my remit, but I do know, and I'm associated with the programme and quite close to it. So I'm sure that we're going to be concluding our processes by the end of this year, at the end of the calendar year.
And why are you sure about that?
I just know that that's how far the investigations have progressed. So I'm clear. I'm kept updated about that regularly.
And are you able to assist us with the current position as things stand as at today?
So the current position is that there are 3 colleagues that are in scope as part of this process. I'm not sure whether the inquiry is aware of that, but that is factually accurate. And we have conducted full investigations into the allegations, bearing in mind that the colleagues involved here were subject to specific allegations of wrongdoing. So there's been a thorough internal investigation which has been conducted by the Assurance and Complex Investigations team. They're at the almost concluding part of that investigatory process into the individuals that are in scope currently.
Thank you. There's one final document I'd like to ask you about before moving to questions from core participants, and that's poll 004487888. This is a letter that was drawn to the inquiry's attention by Mr. Ismail, although he wasn't aware of the author of this letter. This is a letter from, if we scroll down, from Graham Brander, who it has there listed as the network provision lead. Are you aware that Mr. Brander investigated Joe Hamilton, Julian Wilson, Lynette Hutchings, and others?
No, I wasn't aware. It's the first time that I've come across this. No, I wasn't aware, no.
Thank you. That particular document can come down. Are you aware of individuals who formerly worked for the Post Office being rehired? Mr. Brander, for example, was rehired in 2019. Is that something that you are aware of?
Not at all, no.
Do you have any concerns that there are those who are actively working at the Post Office in matters, in roles relating to sub-postmasters or relating to investigations who do bear some responsibility for what has happened in the past?
So I'm not aware of any individuals, but I am of the strong belief that if there had been any allegations of any form of wrongdoing by any individuals, then of course it'd been completely inappropriate for them to be working at the Post Office.
And are you aware of anybody who is working at the Post Office?
So, save for the people that are in the population that are a matter of our investigations for allegations of wrongdoing specifically, no, I'm not aware of anybody at all.
So you're aware of 3 people, effectively?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So those are all of my questions. I know that Mr. Steen has some questions. I think that may be it.
Mr. McEwan, my name is Sam Steen. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters. And I've got a few questions for you. Can I start, please, with your own statement? Can I take you to your statement, which you should have? It's WITN 113601000. And within your statement, Ms. McEwan, I'm going to be asking you a question directly about paragraph 212.
Sorry.
You go to
Is
that.
it possible to have this on the screen, or was it?
Hopefully it will go on the screen.
Refer it-
And paragraph 212, please. Thank you. So we orientate ourselves upon the paragraph. You say at the beginning there, at my interview, when discussing Al's absence, now the Al being referred to there is Mr. Cameron, is that correct?
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
yes.
Nick, and that's Mr. Reed.
It is.
Nick also informed me that there had been complaints regarding Al's behaviour, but did not specify what had been alleged. He also told me that a conversation had taken place between him and Al in early 23 regarding Al making an exit from the business as the relationship between them had broken down due to a long-standing employment dispute. And then it finishes, Al had then been off work due to ill health and was not engaging with the business. Now, help us understand this. You had, many years before this interview, you had worked with Mr. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
I think 20 years ago, you've said.
Well, yes, but to clarify, we hadn't worked together, so we came from very different parts of the business, and as you'll appreciate, Tesco is a huge employer of 300,000 people, I think, in the UK. So we had never worked together. We just happened to be on a leadership development programme together.
Right, that's helpful, thank you. My question, though, relates to the appropriateness of this discussion at an interview. This is before you're employed at the Post Office. You're being given information regarding Al, Mr. Cameron, which is that there had been complaints about his behaviour, unspecified complaints, and that there had been then a difficulty, relationship breaking down between him, Mr. Reed, and Mr. Cameron. Should those sorts of matters be discussed in interviews prior to employment?
I mean, so for context, I think this came from the, I was asking questions about the setup of the executive team and the strength of the team. I was aware that there was not a CFO in place, and obviously that's a critical leadership position. And I was concerned that I wanted to understand, and I obviously wanted to do my own due diligence before joining the business. So it was important that I understood the context and the operating context of the leadership team. So I think I'd ask questions about the whole team, and that's where the conversation came about. I think in terms of the appropriateness,
Yes.
there would be. I would hope that Mr. Reed would have known from knowing me 20 years before, but also known by reputation, that my integrity is extremely important, and I would never have divulged that outside of the conversation that we'd had and the confines of that. And the only reason I have done now is because I've been asked specific questions by the inquiry, so I've had to make that in my statement. But that conversation was in a trusted conversation between me and Mr. Reed before starting work.
I'll ask my question again. Should such matters be discussed prior to employment?
I think possibly not.
Can I move then on to a different document, please? This is a board meeting, or a document for a board meeting, which is this year, 27th of February. And if I've got the document reference right, it's POL 00447-854, page 1. And it's a board report that's being discussed, a 3-year people plan and people structure. So POL 00447-854, page 1. Ms. McEwan, again, it should go on the screen. I'm grateful. If you can scroll down the page, please, under firstly, if we look at those two paragraphs, you see where it says under executive summary, firstly and then secondly. Probably the easiest sentence to look at is under secondly, a strategic people plan has been developed focusing on 3 strategic priorities: colleague experience, capability and inclusion, to create a great place to work for all. And the high-level plan is shared with the board in this paper for noting and discussion. Now, if we wish to, we can go up the page. I don't ask for that on the screen, but this was a document presented to the board for February of 24 of this year, which is for noting only, essentially saying that this is what is happening. We are developing this paper 3-year plan. Now, you've discussed this briefly with Mr. Blake, but where this says to create a great place to work for all, in fact, the plan doesn't mention sub-postmasters. I can't even find the word sub-postmaster used at all within that plan. Help us to understand how such a plan that is meant to create a great place to work for all doesn't even refer to sub-postmasters.
So this is a question that I've been asked before, understandably so. So to the extent of my remit is to the colleagues that work at the Post Office, but I'm acutely aware and very focused on my role in providing a strong, capable collective of people that work at the Post Office so that they can do their best for postmasters. And I discussed this very point with the Postmaster non-exec directors. So before I took this plan to the board, I consulted with Saf and Elliott, because I was keen to make sure that the work that I was going to do through the plan would make a difference for postmasters. And at that point, Elliott actually pointed out to me that it didn't explicitly say postmasters. I think we're intending in the statement a great place to work. And originally we just had it as a great place to work with a full stop. We've said for all, because by reference, that means anybody that is associated with the Post Office, we want it to be a great experience and a great culture for everybody. And that means for everybody, irrespective of the jobs that they do. So I think it's implicit. I understand it's implicit. And we're making real efforts to extend some of the work we're doing through this plan to sub-postmasters. For example, we've had several meetings recently where we've talked about the the behaviour framework that I spoke to earlier. We've started to talk to the postmasters about how that hopefully will make a difference to them for the future, and we've had quite positive feedback from that. And something like our service training, we're running a programme of inclusive customer service training. We feel that that could easily be extended to the postmaster population, and we want to be able to do that. So it's not explicit, but I'm conscious that it isn't explicit, and that there is, as I said, there is a reason for that.
The postmasters, Neds, I think they were the one that said to you, they came to you and they said that there's a problem with this plan, it doesn't mention sub-postmasters. Isn't that right?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Did they come to you? Did they make that point? Did they say to you, Ms. McEwan, this doesn't mention sub-postmasters? You didn't elicit. You didn't go to them and say, look, terribly sorry about not mentioning sub-postmasters, did you?
No, I did go to them. It was my full intent to consult them thoroughly before I took this paper and the plan anywhere. And they are my biggest, most significant stakeholder. So no, I did consult them and I did ask the question.
Is there a 3-year people plan and people structure for sub-postmasters and branch employees?
Not to the best of my knowledge, no.
Was the possible inclusion of mention of sub-postmasters and staff at branches discussed with Angela Wolfenden, who's the external people and organisation design consultant who conducted the review? Was the possibility of mentioning them, even by exclusion, by saying that this is not meant to directly refer to those individuals, was that discussed with Ms. Wolfenden?
So I'm not aware whether it was discussed or not. I think with hindsight, as confident as I am about the intention of the people plan and the spirit that we want to go about this work, I think with hindsight it would be entirely appropriate and helpful maybe to reference specifically in future documents that whilst I don't talk about sub-postmasters and postmasters directly, the work that we're doing is absolutely focused on improving the relationship and definitely improving trust and communication with them.
Because you say that, and other people have said this, that the pressures of the scrutiny of this inquiry and cases and investigations have impacted upon people within the Post Office, so that people, are you okay? So people are concerned about the way that their behaviours may be viewed. We understand that, but there still seems to be excluding sub-postmasters rather directly, doesn't it?
So, arguably, in the work that I'm doing, I don't think there is exclusion. I think far from it. I think I'm very acutely aware of the need for the connectivity between the culture of this organisation and what it best does to serve postmasters.
Okay.
So every part of our plan is intending to do that.
In that case, I'll take you to a different document, POL 00458-463. So that's POL 00458-463. Ms. McEwan, that's our behaviours plan, okay? So our behaviours plan, this one is July 24. Was this one drafted in-house, or was that one also outsourced?
So we drafted it in consultation with a management consultancy business that we were working with as part of the Ethos programme that had been set up before I started. So it was a collaboration between the executive of the Post Office, including the whole team, and this company.
Page 5, please, of that document. Now, we've just seen under the banner heading, creating a great place to work for all. This, if we can expand it slightly on my screen, it's very small. I don't know whether it can be just widened slightly. Under how and when to use these behaviours. Thank you. And if you can scroll down, please, to the employee engagement survey. There we go. So this is under that heading and descriptions, including questions related to behaviours in employee surveys to gauge impact on overall engagement, cultural alignment and colleague satisfaction. And then if we just go up one, please, from there, recruitment and selection to support what it takes to be successful at Post Office. We'll align all our behaviours to our recruitment and selection process. The definitions will provide a solid benchmark when hiring. Now, this plan does mention colleagues, including sub-postmasters, but it appears to be directly impactful for employees. Is that correct?
So yes, the intention is to provide a framework for the employees. I described in the past that, for example, there's been a lack of curiosity in the organisation. It's really important that we correct for that. We address it. So I think, yes, but by nature it would
Thank you.
relate to postmasters.
You come to the Post Office with a huge range of experience, background, longevity of employment at Tesco's and other companies. Is there a similar people person with your type of experience for the, I think it's 7,000 individual branch sub-postmasters and presumably a larger number also of employees? Is there somebody that's got your background, experience and ability to provide the focus within the organisation for those people?
Sorry, do you mean currently employed in the Post
Yes.
Office? Not to my knowledge, no.
You've mentioned that there is a sub-postmaster who has been brought in to try and provide an insight into sub-postmasters. But that sub-postmaster, unless I'm very wrong, doesn't have your sort of background and experience. Is that correct?
Has a different background and experience, but yeah, but not from a probably from a cultural expertise perspective, no.
Just moving then slightly sideways to whistleblowing and the policies that are in place currently. Now, the whistleblowing policies I won't look at in detail with you, but they're not incorporated into sub-postmaster contracts. So there is a policy, and that policy essentially, if we wanted to look at it, says that sub-postmasters' whistleblowing comments will be received by the Post Office, although essentially the Post Office doesn't have to look at those because the legislation essentially doesn't take into account of contractors or non-employees. To assist sub-postmasters, would it be of benefit to them if the whistleblowing policy was incorporated directly into their contracts so that there will be a contractual obligation to ensure that that is adhered to?
Yes, I would hope that, and probably hope isn't enough, but I would hope that the work that we're doing to ensure that people, everybody, postmasters and colleagues in the organisation, understand the benefits of having that policy and how to utilise it, I think is really important. But I think it's possible that we shouldn't over-rely on that, I think. So, yes, it may be helpful.
Lastly, you, amongst other individuals within the Post Office, have taken part in meetings with sub-postmasters that have been affected by the scandal.
Yes.
I think you've taken part in a number of those meetings, including travelling to Belfast. Is that correct?
I haven't been to Belfast, but I have been to several meetings.
Right. Okay. Where did you go in your meetings?
My meetings have been virtual, actually. So I've done 3 meetings, and they've all been virtual. But I have done 3 of the meetings. Yes.
I'm grateful. Just to finish, my questions for you, Ms. McEwan. Can you comment on the impact upon the personal impact, emotional impact that those meetings have had on you?
Yeah, I found the meetings to be personally distressing and hugely insightful. I think probably less important the impact they had on me, but more the impact that that what's happened in the past has had on those people and their families. So I found them incredibly difficult, but hugely insightful and very helpful to me in my role at the Post Office.
Excuse me one moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So I think those are all the questions.
Right. I'm not sure that I should be asking this question because I'm not sure that I've got the expertise to evaluate where I'm going, but I will ask it. In this rather unusually structured organisation, where you have direct employees, but you have postmasters who are now, if they weren't in the past, certainly now said to be absolutely central to the business. Shouldn't they be under the function of someone called a chief people officer?
Do I think, sorry, could you just say the last bit of the question?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You've got direct employees, obviously,
Yeah.
but you've got other people who are contractually, in legal terms, bound to the post office, but acknowledged to be central to the business.
Yes.
The postmaster.
Yes.
And you've got someone called a chief people officer. And to my rather naive way of thinking, that means that someone is performing functions in respect of all the people in the business.
Yes.
So my question is, shouldn't the chief people officer have specific functions in relation to postmaster?
Yes.
So if I were to recommend that, you wouldn't think I'd gone mad?
I wouldn't. I wholeheartedly agree.
Right, thank
We
you.
are starting to do work. That we
Yeah,
are.
no, I follow.
You know, we're making
But
progress, but there's much more to do.
It's just struck me that, you know, from, Mr. Blake's questions, Mr. Steen's questions, and there seemed to me to be an elephant in the room, so I thought I'd bring out the elephant.
Thank you.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Blake?
That is, yes.
Right, well, thank you very much for your assistance to me this morning. I'm very grateful.
Should we come back at 2 o'clock? So.
Certainly.
Good afternoon, sir. This afternoon we're going to hear from Mr. Railton.
Yes.
Swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you give your full name, please?
My name is Nigel Railton.
Thank you very much. Mr. Railton, you should have in front of you a witness statement
I do.
dated the 30th of August of this year. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Could I ask you please to turn to the final substantive page, that's page 33. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
It is my signature.
And is that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
That witness statement has a URN of WITN 113-90100, and that will be published on the inquiry's website shortly. By way of background, you are a qualified accountant, is that correct?
Yes.
You started working life in the railway industry, is that right?
Yes,
You worked at Black & Decker and then Daewoo Cars.
that's correct.
You joined Camelot in 1998 as head of finance.
Correct.
And you held various positions at Camelot before becoming their CEO from 2017 to 2023. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
You currently hold a number of non-executive director positions, as well as being chair of something called Argentex Group, which is a financial services company. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Relevant for today's purpose, you are current chair of the Post Office, or interim chair of the Post Office, and you were appointed on the 24th of March of this year. Is that correct? Sorry, 24th of May this year.
24th of May is correct, yes.
In terms of your appointment, you've set out in your witness statement that you were approached by the then Minister Hollinrake in February of this year. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
And then you were formally appointed by the then Secretary of State Badenoch.
Yes.
Did you know either the Minister or the Secretary of State?
No, I did not.
Do you know why you were approached?
I don't know why I was approached. I imagine because of my experience at Camelot.
Did you work with their department when you were at Camelot?
No, it was a different department. Camelot, the National Lottery, is governed by DCMS, so a different department.
Do you know if it was a competitive process?
I
Were
do
there
not.
interviews or anything along those lines?
I do not.
No. Did you have to submit a CV or?
Yes, I had to submit a CV. I must say, whether it was an interview or the amount of meetings I had many, many meetings with Department of Business and Trade, UK Government Investments, the Postmaster NEDs, so lots and lots and lots of meetings.
Prior to your appointment?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know if it was or is expected to become a permanent position?
I don't know. I mean, clearly the Post Office needs a chairman, and I've not had any conversations yet about whether this, when a permanent chairman will be put in place.
Have you been told how long it's expected to be an interim position?
Yes, it was 12 months from the 24th of May to the 24th of May next year.
Thank you. To what extent, so far as you're aware, was your IT experience at Camelot relevant to your appointment?
I don't think it was, actually. I'm not sure.
Was there something in particular that you achieved at Camelot that you consider was important for this particular role?
Well, I think, the National Lottery operates at an enormous scale. 44,000 retailers, systems that have to balance to the penny every day, operate with absolute integrity. And we changed the systems in the UK a couple of times and in other markets. So I think the size of the challenge in terms of the horizon replacement for the Post Office in particular, I think my experience was relevant and is relevant.
In terms of the composition of the Camelot board and comparing that to the Post Office board, do you consider on joining the Post Office that there is sufficient relevant expertise amongst board members?
I think there's some very good board members. I think the board members we have are excellent, actually. But there are some gaps. And we've just finished doing a board skills matrix assessment. And there are clear gaps in technology, There's no expertise on the board in terms of technology. There's no expertise in the board in terms of business transformation. And also, I think we're lacking in kind of civil service stroke government expertise.
And can you assist us with what steps are being taken to fill those gaps?
Yes, we're actively recruiting now. We've had a number of applications for the technology role and the business transformation role. In fact, we had about 150 applications for the technology role. So it's proving popular.
Was that something that you implemented, that you identified and came up with a solution, or was that something that was already in train?
No, I think conversations were happening at the board in terms of the skills that were missing, but it's something that I implemented.
One thing that you have said in your witness statement is that when people join the board, they discover it involves a lot more work than anticipated. Is that just because of the inquiry and the historic matters, or do you see that as a broader issue?
I think it's a broader issue. I think the governance within the company is not working as effectively as it could. So I think too many matters, quite frankly, go to the board. I think too many matters go to non-executive directors to deal with on a virtual daily basis, particularly around people. But I do think it's temporary.
I think you've said that you were told that it was going to be a 2-day-a-week position to be chair. Realistically, how long do you spend in that role?
Much more than that. I'd say 5 days a week. Not constantly 5 days a week, but pretty much the equivalent of 5 days a week.
Is that sustainable?
It is for the short term, yes.
And when do you envisage the workload will reduce?
I think the key event is the implementation of the strategic review that we're doing now, number one. And number two, when we fully implement the recommendations from the Grant Thornton report and have the governance within the board and the company operating effectively and efficiently.
And how long do you imagine that's going to take?
Hopefully about 3 months.
3 months. Thank you. I'd like to start by looking at the briefings that you received on becoming chair. Could we please bring up onto screen your witness statement? That's WITN 113-90100. If we could start, please, on page 5, the bottom of page 5. Thank you. If we scroll down, thank you. If we could continue scrolling over the page, please. We see there in paragraph 12 at the bottom, you say, in terms of the Horizon system, sorry, if we scroll down slightly more, you say, my understanding is that the same technical issues and concerns, the ones that happened in the past, do not apply to the current build. And paragraph 13, you say, I had a session with the Post Office technical teams as part of my induction. This covered the Post Office's IT system at enterprise architecture level. I asked several questions about Horizon and associated business processes and controls and came away assured that what has happened in the past in the IT system cannot happen now. Can you assist us with who provided you with these briefings?
It was Simon, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the names. It was a former CTO and senior members of the technical team. Forgive me, I can't think of the names. Chris Brocklesby and his team, effectively.
Thank you. Could we please bring onto screen our YouGov expert report? That's EXPG 607. And could we turn to page 19, please? You're aware of the circumstances of the YouGov report and how we obtain the results?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Current sub-postmasters were questioned, and these are their responses with regards to issues that they've experienced with Horizon in the last 12 months. 70% experienced screen freezes, 68% loss of connection, 61% issue with pin pad, 57% experienced unexplained discrepancies. If we please turn to page 28. We see their frequency of experiencing an unexplained discrepancy since January 2020. And we see 17% experienced unexplained discrepancies a few times a month, 18% at least once a month, 21% once every 2 to 3 months. If we turn over the page, please, we can see how discrepancies have been resolved, and 74% of those who had experienced discrepancies said that they resolved those discrepancies themselves or using their branch's own money. In light of those findings, do you think that you have been properly briefed about the current state of the Horizon system?
The briefing I had, by its very nature, was very high level, very high level. And we continue to look, and the team continue to look at discrepancies in particular and the operation of Horizon. You know, the Horizon system is available 100% of the time. This gets reported to the board. The number of defects is quite low now, I'm told, through the data we get at the board. And I was under the impression that the dispute resolution button now was dealing with most issues, but clearly this data doesn't support that. What we want to do and what we will do is now work through the dispute resolution process and the end-to-end process of how these discrepancies are arising, because I think it's a function of 3 things. It's a function of the system, of cash and of stock. And I think we need to look at it end-to-end rather than just looking at the system. And Neil Brocklehurst, who's now the acting CEO, we have talked about that. We want to do that with Postmasters.
Do you feel that the current experience of sub-postmasters in using the Horizon system is properly understood at those levels within the business?
I don't know.
Has there been a discussion about this report and the results?
Yes, we've talked, well, the executive team have talked about these results. And clearly, I think 2 things spring out from the results. It's really disappointing that this is still happening and somewhat surprising. But what it does do, it allows us to now take these findings and look at them in the context of the strategic review that we're finishing and make sure that the plan we're coming up with addresses them. And also, of course, resetting the MBIT programme.
And we'll get to the MBIT programme, but looking back at your witness statement again, and it says, my understanding is that the same technical issues and concerns do not apply to the current build. And we saw on screen there all of those similar issues to the ones that we heard about during the human impact hearings and during other stages of this inquiry. Do you think that the business has a sufficient grip on those issues?
Well, I think the issues that were on one of the previous slides about screen freezes, and, you know, systems do freeze from time to time and systems do have issues. The important thing is making sure the control environment is adequate to deal with issues as they arise, and that the technical teams have got the proper controls and support around them.
And if we turn back, please, to page 19, it wasn't just screen freezes. Unexplained discrepancies, 57%. That seems like quite a high proportion of sub-postmasters experiencing not just discrepancies, but unexplained discrepancies. Do you think the business has a sufficient understanding of those kinds of issues?
Based on that, 57% no.
Your predecessor, Mr. Staunton's evidence was to the effect that problems with Horizon were obvious to him when he started. Is that a conversation that you've had with Mr. Staunton at all?
No, I've not spoken to him at all.
Moving on to the issue of strategy. Strategy is something that is mentioned in your witness statement 23 times. It sounds great, but can you assist us with what it actually means?
Of course. When I was doing my due diligence before accepting to become interim chairman, it became very obvious to me that there was no strategy for the Post Office at all, and there hadn't been for a number of years. And I think that's one of many problems, but one of the big problems that's causing a lack of direction in the organisation. So one of my preconditions with the former Secretary of State is that if I did agree to join, if she wanted me to join, is that I was able to conduct a thorough strategic review to look at the future of the business. And in doing a strategic review, you look at all elements of the business. And over the last 4 months, we've done that. And last week, the board signed off a plan for the future for the post office, but more fundamentally for postmasters. And we've passed that plan to the government now for review and approval.
If we could please turn to poll 00448-624. This is a meeting of the Board of Directors, 4th of June 2024, but it's actually a document within this pack that I'd like to take you to. It's page 109. Thank you. Is this where things began in terms of developing a strategy?
Yes.
It is a firm called Teneo that was instructed by the Post Office. Were you involved in instructing Teneo?
Yes.
Why Teneo?
I'd worked with Teneo in the past as part of the turnaround of Camelot and the National Lottery in 2017. I was very impressed with them in terms of their ability to get to grips with things pretty quickly. And I thought that these would be an ideal company to help us to pull a plan together for the future.
We've seen in the inquiry, especially in recent years, a large number of external reviews and reports. We've seen Grant Thornton, Ernst & Young, Accenture, now Teneo. Why do you think Teneo is the one that's going to work?
Well, I said I'd worked with them before on a number of occasions, actually. And the quality of the individuals they offered to work on this was really high. And again, you know, we've now finished the review, we've now got the plan, and I can assure this inquiry that the quality of the plan is very, very high, in my opinion.
I think you've said you've handed it over to government, the final review, or final plan. Is that a Teneo document or a Post Office document?
It's a Post Office plan. So the Post Office team worked with Teneo to come up with a plan.
Will there be a version of that plan that you can share with the inquiry in due course?
Yes, of course, if the inquiry wants to see it, then it will be provided through the normal channels.
So just to check I've got it right, the Post Office Board has now approved a strategic review, plan.
Yeah, that's
right.
correct, Owen, yes.
The next step is for the shareholder to approve it.
Yes.
And what is your expectation about the timescale over that process?
I've been pleasantly surprised at how quickly the government are reacting to this.
Right.
I anticipate, but can't commit to, getting a decision in a week or two.
Right, okay.
As at today, is there any aspect, even as high level as you like, that you're able to share with the inquiry in respect of overall strategy and direction of the Post Office?
Yes. My going-in hypothesis to this whole review was that we needed to do two things. We needed a new deal for postmasters, not just economically, but in terms of operationally. And secondly, we needed to reverse the polarity of the Post Office. And what I mean by that is to put the postmasters at the centre, not the current centre being at the centre, with the current centre actually becoming, if you like, a service function properly to the postmasters. And as I say, I can't go into the detail because it's subject to government approval and is commercially sensitive because it affects colleagues. But what I can tell you is that we have achieved those two objectives through the plan. New deal for postmasters and a change in the polarity.
I'd like to take you through a number of other reports that have been obtained in recent years, or reviews or exercises, and to get your view as to whether they've been addressed or not. The first I'd like to bring onto screen is poll 00448-681. And these are exit interviews that occurred before you took up your role. These were exit interviews, and the information was gathered, I think, by Ernst & Young. It says confidential for the attention of the chairman and the GCPO. Is this a document that you have received before being provided with it by the inquiry?
No.
we'll go through some of the detail, but is some of the detail information that was provided to you before this document was provided to you by the inquiry?
I can't recall. I did read this document yesterday when I received it, so I'm able to offer views on it if you would like.
Non-executive director exit interviews. The following summary is the result of 3 interviews carried out virtually on the 1st of March 2023, so some time before you joined the company. The 3 interviewees were Carla Stent, Zarin Patel and Lisa Harrington, who have been in as Post Office non-executive role for between 3 and 7 years. Could we turn over the page, please? And I'd just like to test this alongside your own personal impression on joining the company. Leadership and teamwork culture. The results from their exit interviews are summarised as follows. There are questions on how well set up the group executive leadership team are for the business turnaround. Specifically, questions were raised about their capability, the teamwork, and the interactions with the board/non-executive directors. Notwithstanding the external pressures and constraints, governmental changes, politics, shareholders, and competitor landscape, etc., there was a strong suggestion that levels of respect, trust, and enterprise-first thinking within the group executive and also between the board and the group executive are a barrier to business success that warrants further exploration. Is that something that you have experienced since joining the company?
Not exactly. I think the group executive, was quite thin on the ground when I joined. We had no CFO because the former CFO was on long-term sick, no general counsel. So quite large gaps in the team, but that's not something I particularly recognise.
The second paragraph is explained. I think that's a reference to Mr. Cameron. The third paragraph, with the context of the current inquiry especially, there was a clear concern over whether lessons had or were being learned and applied to prevent something similar happening in the future. Concerns were clear about the lack of time/energy that leaders had, but also the apparent underlying lack of trust/respect between leaders and the lack of accountability, healthy support and challenge. Again, is that something that you have come across?
I've certainly come across the lack of accountability.
And can you give us an example of that, please?
I don't think I can give specific examples, but it's just a theme that I'm seeing. And the way I'm seeing it manifest itself is with the amount of materials that are going to the board. So I've listened to other witnesses give evidence and I think talk about the board being overwhelmed with information. And that's something certainly that I saw immediately. And I think the reason that ties into accountability is people are not making decisions and are deflecting everything upwards through the governance structures in the organisation till that lands at the board.
Thank you. Could we go over the page, please? And over the page again. Can we go to number 3, please? Feedback there is the board is not really listened to. The exec is under real pressure and it's not sure they know how to get the most out of the non-executive directors. There's not enough clarity on the role and expectations of the non-executive directors/board. Slightly further down, it says, I'm not sure we have the right calibre of team at executive level and therefore there's more chance the non-executive director gets involved in detail which they shouldn't. Turnarounds need stronger leaders and leadership with courage, energy, and will drive change and who can help the organisation believe. What are your views on that? Have you experienced any of those concerns?
I think it's part of the same issue. And when we talk about turnarounds, I think what we're talking about now is implementation of the new plan that comes from the strategic review. And clearly you need strong leaders with great leadership abilities. The thing that we need to do is once we've had the strategic review hopefully approved, we'll look at the skills that are required to implement that. We have an interim team at the moment that are strong. and we will consider what permanent roles we need in order to implement the plan. But I do think the relationship between the non-executive directors and the executives, certainly in the few months I've been here, is quite healthy.
Number 4 relates to the board being risk averse. If we scroll down, it also says it feels as though we're a bit of a rubber stamp on things. Can you assist us with your views on that?
Well, I don't think the board is risk averse. I think the board does its role properly in terms of considering risks appropriately. If the rubber stamp relates to how we work with government departments, then I can assure you I will not work in that way. I'm an independent chairman and we will operate as an independent board.
Have you taken any steps so far that can demonstrate that?
Yes, with the strategic review, where suggestions were made that we might want to not go be quite so aggressive with the strategic review in terms of the things we wanted to implement. And I refused to concede and said, no, we're going to, as an independent board, come up with a plan that we think is the right plan for the post office.
What do you mean by suggestions were made?
Just in terms of the level of funding that's required.
Who by?
It was just by officials that I spoke to in different departments in government. And it wasn't official direction, let me be clear. This was just suggestions, because I think a lot of decisions are driven by what the Treasury will fund. So what one tends to get is advice in terms of what the Treasury might accept. But I'm not prepared to do that. I mean, the thing is, my remit and our remit is to come up with the right plan for postmasters, for a new deal, and to reset the, and to change the polarisation. So I couldn't do that if I'm hampered. So we've come up with the right, I believe, is the right plan.
We've heard some evidence of a begging bowl mentality whereby the post office have to beg the Treasury for money to achieve any change or to achieve anything that they want to achieve. Is that your experience?
Not exactly. I think all of these examples of Treasury short-term funding all come from the same problem, lack of strategy. So because things have been short-term, each decision has been a short-term decision, it's therefore necessitated short-term funding from the Treasury. And I don't know which one started first, whether it was the Treasury saying you can only have money for 3 months, in which case short-term decisions are made, or in fact short-term decisions were made that led to the Treasury funding it short-term. But what I do know is the antidote to this is a proper strategy that is properly considered, funded and implemented.
And you don't have to give us the figures involved, but does the strategy that you're going to be presenting or you have presented, does that have a figure in mind that will resolve the various issues?
Yes, it's fully costed, it's fully planned out, we know exactly what we need to do.
Thank you. Number 5, overall, the variety of reasons, capability, energy, the leadership probably isn't strong enough for the demands the organisation is facing. Nick and the exec are the fixers, not the cause of the Horizon situation, but his and their ability to remain rational and focused is really being tested by his or their attachment to the serious nature of the historical issues, and this is depleting energy and bandwidth for the transformations. The board and exec need to be better at supporting each other. The level of teamwork is poor. The public inquiry process is consuming and draining the group executives' energy needed for the turnaround. Be really clear and aligned on the messages for the shareholder regarding the challenges ahead. Do you consider that there is sufficient energy currently to achieve those objectives?
Yes, I think so. I think the interim people that were brought in recently have injected new energy into the business.
Where have they been brought into?
Well, three individuals came from my team at Camelot, and Preetha, who's with us today, came from John Lewis and Heathrow Airport.
Thank you. There's a genuine concern that the board are held accountable for stuff we don't actually have the authority to decide on. Having learned from the Postmaster non-executive directors, it shows how out of touch our execs are. They're not as connected enough to the commercials and definitely not in touch with the customer. In your view, Is the role of non-executive sub-postmaster something that you would wish to continue? Do you think it's useful, or do you think some other model might be appropriate?
I think, and answer your question, absolutely vital. One of the reasons that I agreed to join was the conversations I'd had with Saf and Elliott. And in particular, I had an amazing conversation with them for an hour, and they asked for my help based on my Camel experience, which was one of the real reasons that I joined.
Could we scroll down, please? It says there's no obvious successor to Nick other than DCIO. I'm not sure who that is, but it says, but he is far too stretched and needs to focus on the platform. For the next 12 months, there's a need for someone who will perform a CEO business as usual role, COO/CEO designate. Given much of Nick's focus and time will be spent on the inquiry, there are some warning lights around the way work is proceeding on the new platform. We'll get on to the new platform.
Yes.
In terms of the CEO role, we know that Mr. Reid is going to be stepping down. Are you involved in succession planning?
I will be. I will be.
Do you know if anything has taken place so far in that regard?
No, not yet. I need to, once this evidence session is over, I need to turn my attention to speaking to UKGI and DBT to start that process.
And irrespective of names, what kind of skills are you going to be looking for?
I think the skills that we need are the ones that are going to be determined by the strategic review. I think we need people with strong leadership teams, understand how to work with an organisation that supports an amazing social purpose, digital skills, retail skills, and technology skills. So quite a broad remit.
Do you think such a person, A, exists, and B, would be happy to join the post office at the level of pay?
Yes, and yes.
Could we scroll down to number 9, please? What advice would you want to share with the chairman? Complete a great handover involving new and outgoing non-executive directors and extending to the other board members. Give clear and frank messages to the shareholder to help everyone, internally and externally, appreciate the situation Post Office is in and the ambition moving forwards. Be decisive over the team. Have we got the right CEO for turnaround? Are there too many non-executive directors? There doesn't feel enough camaraderie on the board. What is your view about the balance between executives and non-executives at board level?
Well, we have no, apart from Nick, who has resigned, we have no executive directors on the board at the moment. So that's something we need to address. So we need the CFO to be a board member and the acting CEO, and that's something we're actively doing at the moment.
Could we scroll down, please, to number 11? Given that the Post Office is in need of sustained transformation commercially and culturally, so it is set up to compete and be successful in the market, there are questions about the fit of the board level group executive leadership. How well suited are they to drive the turnaround? Much the same as we've already been looking at.
Yes.
There's a concern there raised between the relationship between Mr. Reid and Mr. Cameron. Do you think there is sufficient trust at executive level and board level in the organisation?
It's difficult for me to answer that question, given I've only been here a number of months, but certainly at board level, I found a really high level of trust between board members.
Thank you. The second document I'd like to look at is something called Group Assurance Chairman Update. That can be found at Pol 00460606. This document is dated the 16th of May of this year, so it predates your appointment or your formal appointment, but you are listed as an attendee of this meeting. It's Pol 00460606. Thank you. Assist us with a background to this document.
Yes, even though my official appointment was the 24th of May, I did start on the 1st of May with my induction. And I have to say, I had a very comprehensive induction programme that I worked through with the teams. And this one was on the 16th of May, which was my introduction to Sarah and Anshu to take me through how assurance worked.
Could we scroll down and look at paragraph 4? It says there, adopted a tactical and heavily manual approach to assurance due to the following gaps. A, no common universe definition and or coverage for post office activities. It says even IA do not have a comprehensive universe and they were not assessing the sustainability and or impacts of the actions implemented for issued judgments, a major cause of divergence between their outcome and ours. SNOW, our GRC tool, cannot be relied upon for completeness and or accuracy with a lens of both risks and controls. This view has been communicated to both RCC and ARC. And then it says, so what? We had no choice to build our own Excel-based universes, common issues judgment, 365 lines, SPMP integrated assurance and risk universe, 509 lines. Am I right to understand from this that as part of their group assurance function, they were reviewing, for example, the implementation of the common issues judgment and had to do that on an Excel document?
I believe that's what the document says, yes. This was, as you could quite imagine, quite a lot of detail for an incoming chairman to absorb in a couple of weeks.
Stepping back and just trying to remember that meeting, what were the key concerns that were raised at this meeting?
I think more generally that the kind of control universe or the control framework within the post office was perhaps not as efficient as it could be. And what I mean by that is that assurance, risk and compliance were all separate, as was audit. And it seemed to me that things were operating in silos and it'd be much better to put some things together to get a common view of how the control framework should work.
If we scroll over the page, they set out their key issues and significant concerns. They say all of these are easily fixable. One is lack of accountability and consequent management. This is the single root cause of all issues at the post office. Is that something you agree with? Is that something that's been taken forward?
I think I agree with it, actually. I think I said earlier there was a lack of accountability. I think there was a lack of consequence management. And the reason I say that is when I look at some of the risks that come to the Audit and Risk Committee that are moving quarter by quarter and not being resolved or move forward, I think that's an example.
So the risks are being identified at board level but aren't being resolved. Why is that?
I think no, the risks are being identified within the business and escalated through the Audit Committee to the board. And previously, they were not moving at sufficient pace in terms of mitigation and resolution. The reason for that is the sheer volume of priorities in the business at the moment.
And can you see that being resolved, and if so, how?
Well, focus on the key priorities, number one. I think we're now very clear on what the key priorities of the business are. Would it be helpful to describe those?
Yes, briefly.
Well, I think quite clearly there's two number one priorities. One is assisting this inquiry with its important work, and the second one is speeding up remediation payments. Our third priority is the strategic review, having that approved by government, implementing it as soon as possible. Fourthly, implementing the findings from the Grant Thornton review in terms of governance. That's something I'm hoping to have in place very quickly. And then finally, deciding what to do next with the NBIT programme. There are kind of 5 priorities.
Thank you. We'll just go through a few more of these key issues and then we'll move actually on to the Grant Thornton report and your reflections on that. The second is closed mindset, capability and competence. Lessons of the past at an inherent level are not imbibed in the DNA of the post office. Many seniors have a myopic lens on their role. Many are afraid to make decisions, therefore so many committees. Newly created leadership team has excluded line of defence, most illogical considering lessons of the past and themes arising from the inquiry. Can you assist us with your understanding of that and whether that is being resolved?
It is being resolved. I have to be honest, I don't quite understand some of that. The one I certainly recognise is that many in the business are afraid to make decisions. There is a fear culture, and basically what that means in practice is that many decisions are escalated and eventually arrive at the board.
And I think we see that under governance, number 3. I think the third point there says, despite the Post Office significant issues, board/ARC seem afraid to intervene or challenge overtly for management to course correct. Does that feed into that concern, or is that a separate concern?
No, it's part of the same concern where too much is coming to the board. And I can assure you that I am course correcting that.
And then operational level, it says disparate, illogical and non-existent versus good or even basic practice. A responsible person is not a subject matter expert in this field. We have already heard evidence this morning about a problem within the business where subject matter, those who were being asked their opinions were not the subject matter experts, and perhaps a lack of subject matter experts being asked their views. Is that something you recognise?
Not particularly. I think context is important. So I'd imagine at an executive level, asking non-subject matter expert their opinion on things is sometimes healthy because you get good debate. So it's not something I particularly see.
Thank you. Let's move on to the Grant Thornton review, please. You've said in your statement, and you've said just now, that there is a structured programme to implement their recommendations. Can you assist us with what that involves and who's responsible for that?
The company secretary is working through that at the moment. So as a board, we agreed a plan. So with all the actions in the Grant Thornton review, and of course there are many, we have a plan to implement all of those things, and we're working through that, some of which we can implement before the strategic review is agreed and some afterwards. So the ones that we can kind of get on with, and by the way, what I should say is that I thought the Grant Thornton report was excellent. I mean, it's all pretty much basic good governance, but it was excellent in terms of its detail. So we're implementing everything we can, and then those things that need to wait for the strategic review to be approved, we'll implement immediately afterwards.
Thank you. Could we please turn to poll 00446 and that's the Grant Thornton report. The key findings are on page 7, and perhaps we could turn to those, please. The first one, the lack of a unifying purpose and group-wide strategy between the Post Office and its shareholder. Is the strategic review the solution to that?
Yes.
Second, is there anything else other than the strategic review that you would point to address that issue?
No, but I think what the strategic review allows us to do is to have a proper conversation with the government departments to how the relationship should work. But at least we have a strategy as a start point for the conversation.
Number 2, conflict around the role of the shareholder versus the board. That's one area that we've heard quite a lot of evidence on, the relationship between the board and UKGI and the Department for Business. What do you see as the board doing in respect of conflicts in that relationship?
I haven't particularly seen this, but that may be because of the approach that I've taken, that we are an independent board and we will make our decisions with input from board members that represent the shareholder, but we'll make our independent decisions nonetheless. So I haven't really seen it. I think I can understand from history where this might have arisen. But again, I think the answer to this is to have a clear strategy agreed with government.
How do you see cultural issues being addressed between the UKGI and the Post Office?
I don't currently see cultural issues, actually. I think what we have to get to is a common goal, which is a new deal for postmasters that I talked about. And we have been working through achieving that common goal. And I have to say that I feel supported.
In your view, does the role of a UKGI non-executive director, does that work on the board? So somebody who, for example, spends all of their time on the post office, has greater knowledge of post office affairs than perhaps other non-executive directors?
I think it depends on the individual. I think it can work. I think with the wrong individual, it might be difficult. But certainly from my experience, I think it works. And it's not unusual. I mean, when I was at Camelot, we had shareholder representatives on the board that 100% owned the company, and we made it work. And if you embrace it properly, you can really make it, turn it into your advantage in terms of having somebody that can go back to the shareholder that really understands the business requirements.
Number 3, leadership capacity. Are there any specific plans in place that you can point to address that?
Yes. So structure follows strategy. So once the strategy is approved, we have a clear structure that we're going to populate with clear skills that are required.
Can you assist us with what that means in plain English, please?
Well, in plain English, we understand what the structure is trying to achieve, the strategy is trying to achieve. We will need an organisation structure to support that and an operating model. So, what roles do we need? Clearly, we need a CEO. Clearly, we need a CFO. But what other types of roles and what types of individuals and what types of experience will we need? And we'll populate that as the start point of implementing the plan with the revised operating model of how the business has to operate.
Are there likely to be more people recruited to senior roles?
Possibly. And if I can just clarify that, it depends on the definition of senior role. Do we need perhaps more people at an executive level? Probably. But there are lots of layers of senior roles in the post office, and I think that's unusual.
So it's unusual for there to be so many people in senior positions?
Yes.
Thank you. Number 4, decision-making forums at enterprise level lack pace and do not enable accountability. Have there been any changes insofar as that is concerned, as far as you're aware?
Well, this is something that I'm, and the executive are currently looking at as part of the whole governance redesign. We have to re-engineer the governance to make sure the business, first of all, is taking accountability and has the right decision-making ability, and making sure the various levels of governance work, which currently at the moment, to be frank, they don't, because too much comes to the board.
5th, culture, a lack of trust, accountability and performance management. How do you envisage that can be overcome?
I think culture is a really interesting topic, and I know one that this inquiry is considered from various different dimensions, but I think it starts with purpose. And I think that, can the culture be improved in the post office by doing certain things better? And I think Karen this morning talked about some of the things that she's doing, yes, but to get a true step change in culture requires a resetting of the purpose, which again the strategic review does. And I think a reset in the purpose allows us then to get the right behaviours in place, and culture will follow.
And what is that purpose, so far as you see it?
Just the social value. The purpose of the centre of the post office is to support postmasters, to support the communities that they serve.
And in your view, knowing what you know from the past, do you think that there has been or is about to be some sort of step change in that?
There will be a step change. There will be a step change, but it'll be through the strategic review when we reposition change the polarity of the business and go back to first principles around purpose. And I did this at Camelot. When I took over CEO at Camelot, belief in the executive team was 35%, which is not dissimilar actually to the scores we've seen for the post office, at 36%, I think. When I left, assisted by some of the people that are currently assisting me at the post office, it was at 96.
How do you see yourself as achieving that?
Pardon me?
How do you see yourself as achieving that?
I think it's the same steps. It's about having a plan that goes back to the purpose of the post office, and a new deal for postmasters, changing polarity, having the right people operating in the right way, behaving in the right way, to the right values, culture follows.
Are there any concrete steps outside of your own strategic review that you can draw to the attention of the chair that you consider would change the culture in the Post Office?
I know that the executive team at the moment are working hard to try and change the culture, and I think incremental changes can be made, where people start to put, people do, many conversations I hear about Postmasters, so that's a good thing. But I think rather than just incremental change, I think we need wholesale change, and that will come through the strategic review.
I'm getting quite a few answers that are just looking forward to the strategic review. It would be helpful for the inquiry to know at least some steps that you have in mind to change something so fundamental as culture.
I can't really tell you the things I'll do in the next month or two because I'm the chairman and it's really a role for the executive, but I know that Neil Brocklehurst and the executive team and Karen are focused on this. So I think, yes, we can change the culture and perhaps we can change behaviours in the short term. What I'm talking about is truly embedded culture. That's what I'm really talking about. Will only come through the step change that's allowed through the strategic review.
Are we to expect something fundamental to change as a result of the strategic review?
Yes.
Thank you. The fourth document I'd like to ask you about is an anonymous letter that we've seen already today. It's poll 00448519. Was this a letter that came to you very early on in your time at the Post Office? Is it a letter you saw?
Yes.
Yes. I won't go through it again. If we turn over the page, we can just see there's something addressed to you, penultimate paragraph that says, Mr. Railton, please look at the above and investigate. If you can, you should engage with some of the past employees, particularly Mr. Staunton and Mr. Cameron. Our view is that those who have left under a cloud are the ones telling the truth. Is that something that you've personally investigated? Are there conversations that you have had?
I haven't spoken to Mr. Staunton or Mr. Cameron, no. When I received this letter, and I think it was dated 4 days after I officially started, I took advice from the SID, and I went through this and stepped through it because I thought it was also a useful learning experience for me to understand what happened in the past. I was assured, and we put it into the proper investigation process. What came back was that the vast majority of all of these claims had already been investigated. And there was one or two that required a bit more investigation, which happened very quickly and through the proper process. And this basically included no further action.
Thank you. That can come down. I'd like to now move on to the topic of NBIT. You've said in your statement, and it's a paragraph we've already been over, that you have been told that what has happened in the past in the IT system can't happen again now. Are you familiar with the inquiry's hearings in phase 2 of the inquiry that looked at the original procurement of the Horizon system?
I'm not, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Could we please turn to poll 00460593? This is an email from Mr. Bartlett to yourself, dated the 27th of June of this year. It'll come up on the screen in a moment. And I'd just like to take you through, he's identified a number of different investigations that at that point in time were ongoing relating to the NBIT system. And I'd like to take you through each one of those. Before I do, what were you told initially about the progress of the NBIT scheme?
As part of my induction, I was told that the programme was on track and progressing well. I struggled to reconcile that to another briefing I'd had, that the project was now going to cost 1.2 billion against a budget of 180 million, and deliver in 2028 against an expectation of 2024. So the two things are in conflict for me.
And why do you think that is?
I don't know. I don't know. I think perhaps it was people were confident about the revised plan, whereas my reference point was the original plan. So perhaps that was the reason for the improved confidence in the revised plan.
Do you think you were being given correct information initially?
It's very difficult to assess because I was really new and I was presented with a lot of data and a lot of information. So it's difficult for me to answer that question. I imagine people were presenting me with the data they thought was relevant.
I'll just have a read through this, and I'll take you through each of the allegations. Mr. Bartlett says, Nigel, when Sarah and I met with you to brief you on A&CI's work, we discussed Project Willow 2 and the Speak Up reporting we have periodically received over the last year. It gave us a qualified insight into the MBIT programme. You asked for a brief on the topics being reported to us. Claire Hamilton, the Speak Up team manager, has helpfully prepared the below, which I hope is a useful summary. Willow 2. This is a two-strand substantive investigation relating to the concerns raised by multiple Speak Up reporters concerning MBIT. Pinson Mason and Grant Thornton have been commissioned by the Post Office to investigate these two allegations. Allegation 1, that certain Post Office staff were aware of problems with the MBIT system and that progress reports to senior stakeholders, including Nick and the group executive, may not have been reliable. In April 2024, further information received in relation to the upward passing of information and decision-making at senior level in respect to known errors in the MBIT system. It is to be determined if high-severity defect information that was channeled upwards in an email to Steerco prior to rollout may have been deliberately misleading. Are you able to assist us with the status of that investigation at all?
I'm not. I'm afraid I'm not.
Allegation 2, that two senior engineers pressured two IT security / assurance personnel to disable or waive InfoSec checks in NBIT specifications to save time in the project's rollout. Comment, Grant Thornton are focusing on evidencing / testing this and understanding the specific impact if it did occur. So it seems that the second allegation is that something was disabled in order to save time. Something in...
I think both of these investigations are ongoing, but certainly what I'll also say is that these allegations raise my interest in whether or not the programme and the project was going in the right direction.
I mean, this is June of this year. Have you been provided with a substantive update in relation to any of these projects, any of these investigations?
No.
Is that of concern to you?
Perhaps it should be, but I've been more concerned with making sure we understand what's happening with the project. And I think some of these things perhaps explain why the project is overspent and late, but I haven't chased up on the progress against the allegations, but I will after this session.
General concerns relating to NBIT team / activity raised via Speak Up. The following are grouped themes of various information passed by a variety of reporters to Speak Up over the last year that discusses NBIT. Behaviours and liability, i.e. perverse incentives. Comments, this is now several months old, so unsure if this is still occurring, but it is collaborated in the Willow 2 investigation. 2, mirroring very senior staff behaviour, Stravko and Gareth Clark. There was poor or lack of effective communication between key staff around governance of the programme. 3rd, active discouragement by senior MBIT staff relating to the use of Speak Up channels. Comment 1 allegation was made relating to detriment resulting from Speak Up, an offence under the PIDA if proved. This was investigated and no grounds found to support the concern. So there seems to be a result in relation to the final bullet point, but in relation to those first two, are you aware of any results from those investigations?
I am not at this stage, no.
If we scroll down, Accenture, collective confidential reports received raising concerns/issues about Accenture and conflicts of director warding by CB. That's Mr. Brocklehurst. Brocklesby, sorry. With CB being ex-Accenture, without anyone looking at the bigger mapping picture of key positions, activity held, performance by Accenture. Are you aware of any developments in that regard?
It's all part of our review. I think we are too reliant on Accenture.
And I think this possibly feeds into the final section. If we scroll down, there's a section there on reliance on third parties generally. Need to be setting the conditions for the Post Office to be ready to run the system once rolled out, which includes Post Office staff gaining relevant skills, understanding and knowledge during the design and build programme. Concerns are being raised that the Post Office has become reliant on third parties, and so Post Office staff are not going to be able to effectively take over during the end transition. The matter of cost of third parties is also being raised as a significant concern. This is being compared to the NHS being reliant on locum staff, therefore not having the monies to continue as business as usual. Is this something that you've received an update on or investigation into?
I recognise it, and it's something that we're actively thinking about. How do we do differently? So to this point, 80% of all people, all staff working on the MBIT replacement are contractors. Only 20% are permanent. And of course, when you only get contractors working on things like this, they're by their nature transient, and we keep information and skills, and they're generally expensive, which is why we need to reset the whole programme.
Is this part of the strategy review, or is that a separate issue?
No, it is part of the strategy review. So we need to. Would it be useful if I gave a little bit of my thought in terms of the background to this?
Absolutely.
So the first thing I ask myself is, how did we ever get to a position where we're building a system internally? And from doing some research, going back to 2021, I think there were two decisions that were made that were fundamentally the wrong decision with the benefit of hindsight. One was the objective to get off Horizon, which is different than building a system for the future. And the second one was the decision to build in-house. And I think people in the room will all be, heard the horror stories of people trying to build things in-house. IT systems, particularly if you haven't got all the components in place to do so in the right conditions. So I think, based on my assessment, that this was always set up to fail in the first place. Building the old Horizon system can never be the right thing to do. So what we need to do as part of reset is to think about what do we need to build. And clearly we need to build a system for the future. Now I'm hopeful that much of the technology that's been built to date we can reuse, but we have to build to the outcomes of the strategic review. And to give you an example of that, we need to, for example, build to the bank's requirements and what the banks need rather than just building old technology. So that's what we're going to do.
When is that achievable by?
I don't know today, but I will know soon. So we have a team of people now looking at this, and within the next 2 to 3 months, we'll have a firm view on what we need to build, how we need to build it, how much it's going to cost, and when it will be delivered by.
Are we talking 5 years, 10 years?
No, it'll be. Our objective is to do it. If you think about the prior objective, which was 1.2 billion in 2028, it'll be before 2028, and it won't cost 1.2 billion. And we'll have far more certainty that it will be delivered.
What do you currently see as the main issues with the MBIT system?
The MBIT design?
Yes.
I think the main issue is we're building the old Horizon system, which, the moment that decision was made in 2021, it was out of date because Horizon was, Horizon is out of date. We need to build for the future. That's number one. And I think the main other issue is building it in-house. There must be a better way.
In respect of Horizon as it currently is operated by Fujitsu, could we please turn to POL 00448864? This is a a meeting of the group executive. It's before your time, 13th of March 2024, but we'll see how it leads into a subsequent meeting that you were involved in. If we could please turn to page 6. We have there a section on Fujitsu extension, and it says Simon Oldnell spoke to the paper, which set out the current position on the discussions to date, including with government, on the continuation of support services for the Horizon platform by Fujitsu beyond March 2025, when the current contract was due to end. The extension was proposed to cover the intervening period before rollout of NBIT. While discussions were ongoing, Fujitsu had not yet made any commitment to continuing the support, and against the context of the current external scrutiny was unlikely to do so without the express support of the government. Just pausing there, I know this wasn't a discussion that you were party to. What do you understand by that?
By support of the government?
Yes.
My understanding is that Fujitsu wanted the Department of Business to ask them directly to extend the contract rather than it coming from the Post Office to ask them to extend the contract. That's my understanding.
And do you know the reasoning behind that at all?
I don't. I can only imagine it might help their discussions in going back to Japan to get approval for this, but I'm speculating.
Subject to the position being settled, funding for the contract extension form part of the SPMP business case. So it looks as though in March 2024, the Post Office was looking to extend the Fujitsu contract beyond March 2025. And I'm going to take you to a board meeting in which you were present. That's POL 00448-648. Was this your first board meeting, the 4th of June?
Yes, and I was an observer at this meeting.
If we scroll down, we can see there, it says Nigel Railton opened the meeting. Given the very recent appointment of Nigel Railton, the board agreed that Ben Tidswell preside as chair of the meeting. Could we please turn to page 11? And it's the bottom of page 11, bottom half, Horizon Continuity of Service Update. And there's a discussion there about the future of Fujitsu and Horizon. Simon Oldnell spoke to the paper outlining the proposal for a 5-year exit plan for Fujitsu. And Mr. Oldnell advised the board were being asked to include in the strategy a stage where, if NBIT was not completed within the term of the extension, that the company would put in place an alternative approach to supporting the Horizon platform to make sure that Fujitsu was still able to exit at the 5-year point. SJ queried what the alternative approach would constitute. SO advised that the Horizon platform could be brought in-house or procurement undertaken for external support for the platform. Mr. Oldnell estimated that it would be 18 months to 2 years when a decision would need to be taken on this point. So, as at your first board meeting, it appears that there was discussion about maintaining Horizon beyond the contracted date, but either bringing it in-house or having another firm support Horizon. Is that a correct summary of that?
Yeah, well, I think the extension of Fujitsu for up to 5 years had been the conversation that had been ongoing for a while. And to be clear, an extension of Fujitsu is absolutely necessary to keep going. I'm not sure whether the conversation was about an extension beyond the 5 years or not, but certainly at the same meeting, a conversation about potentially bringing elements of the Horizon platform in-house, I recall, was discussed.
Mr. Jacobs queried whether we should not be working queried whether should we not be working towards this scenario. CB advised that a high-level plan and cost to execute had been prepared. However, the team did not want to go down that path at present, given the commitment Fujitsu were requesting. And here we have you querying whether there were any termination points in the proposed extension. And Mr. Oldnell replied that there were not, and CB contributed that there were core services that would be provided for the entire term, However, there were certain services that could be terminated. Can you assist us with that discussion?
Yes, I was just, I found it surprising that we were committing to a 5-year contract when our objective on the old plan was to be on our own system by 2028. So I was just questioning whether or not break clauses needed to be in the contract to allow us flexibility.
We then have an action point. You queried the maximum cost for the contract extension. SO replied and advised that he would check the cost if all services aside from the core services were removed. I think that's Mr. Ismail queried why the extension was not proposed for 3 years, given the programme build was tracking to complete in 2026. CB advised this was proposed in order to provide some contingency. Mr. Ismail tested this further and pointed out the risk of the company being on a new platform, yet still paying service fees to Fujitsu. CB reiterated the point in respect of seeking a contingency. We then have over the page, you again querying whether you can negotiate a break clause. So that's the point I think you've just raised.
Yes.
Mr. Woodley advising that the team could take this away and look at a 5-year extension with a 3-year break. Mr. Ismail noted the communications on the extension needed to be executed with precision in relation to postmasters and the public. CB advised that he understood this. And then we have action. Mr. Railton, so yourself, asked for a session with SO to discuss what owning the source code encompassed. Can you assist us with what's meant by owning the source code and the discussion that took place there?
Yes, I think that perhaps owning the source code is perhaps not the best description of the conversation that we were going to have. It was really trying to understand what the team actually meant by insourcing Fujitsu. Because that can mean many things. And I was a little confused, so I was trying to understand there what that actually meant in practice. Was it all of the source code? Was it all of the system? Was it all of the processes? That's really what that was relating to.
And is there a possibility that at some point after the conclusion of the contract with Fujitsu and before the MBIT system, somehow the Post Office will be taking responsibility for the Horizon system itself?
I think, well, it's a possibility, yes. But we have to extend the contract. We have no choice. We need optionality to be able to get out of the Fujitsu agreement at the appropriate time for both parties. We are looking at all options in terms of how to bring effectively the functionality that we currently have by using the Fujitsu system within our control. So I think the wrong description is bring it in-house. I think perhaps a better description is developing something that we can use ourselves.
And what's the difference between those two descriptions? Sorry.
Well, just bringing Fujitsu in-house just suggests we're going to take everything that Fujitsu do in terms of processes, data center, and everything, and just bring it in-house and basically manage what they do now. What we're looking at is a blend to say, look, are there some things that Fujitsu do today that make sense to continue, and we don't have to change? I think an example I'd give is, the interfaces we have with the banks, for example, and they work. Currently, there'd be no point in rebuilding those. So that's something we might keep. Equally, we might want to change some of the infrastructure or, some of the transaction processing elements of it.
We have, if we scroll down, the board resolved, subject to seeking a 3-year break provision, the proposed strategy for an extension of up to 5 years of the Horizon support contract from Fujitsu from 1st of April 2025 until 31st of March 2030 is hereby approved, and the inclusion of a binding commitment to Fujitsu that an alternative approach to supporting the Horizon platform through commencement of a programme to insource or reprocure elements be activated if there is not sufficient time within the term extension to fully migrate from Horizon to NBIT and is hereby approved. Can you assist us with what the present position is in relation to that?
The conversations with Fujitsu are ongoing.
We've seen in the YouGov report, for example, and in evidence that the inquiry has heard, of issues still being experienced by sub-postmasters in relation to their use of Horizon. Is it possible, is it likely that sub-postmasters are going to be using that same system into 2030?
It is possible. I don't think it's likely. And certainly our intention and the intention of the new team is to move away from Horizon to a new system that can deliver, I'm sorry to go back to the strategic review, but a system that's fit for the future as soon as possible, but to do that in a way that doesn't disrupt Postmaster's activities.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate time to take our mid-afternoon break.
Yeah.
Could we come back at 25:02, please? Mr. Railton, we spoke before the break about Horizon potentially continuing for another 5 or potentially even more years, and also the possibility that certain aspects may come in-house. What do you envisage insofar as prosecution support in those circumstances?
From Fujitsu,
From Fujitsu, yes.
I don't know.
Have you seen the correspondence, recent correspondence between Mr. Reid and Fujitsu regarding their involvement in prosecution support?
I was provided with some documentation, I think, on Thursday,
Yes.
which was an exchange between Nick Reid and Fujitsu from this year. That's the correspondence you're...
It is. Is
Yes,
that
I've
something
seen
that had been drawn to your attention before this Thursday?
Not particularly. Clearly, I inquired when I received the documentation, and my understanding is it's information that's required by the Met Police and the City of London Police into an investigation that involves organised crime. And that's why they approached us. And the Post Office, we went to Fujitsu and asked them as well to help provide this data. But that's as far as I am aware of the situation.
Perhaps we can bring on to screen some of the correspondence. I won't take you to all of it because we have dealt with it with other witnesses. But could we please turn to FUJ 002 43204? This is the letter from Fujitsu, from Mr. Patterson to Nick Reid. If we scroll down, there's a reference there to Mr. Bartlett's letter or email, and that's a document that we've seen and a document that was also in your pack. And it says, Mr. Bartlett suggests that a failure to provide a witness statement would rightly be interpreted by the police and prosecutors as the Post Office and Fujitsu not having faith in the reliability of the data, with the obvious outcome resulting. Mr. Patterson says, a witness statement from Fujitsu attesting to the reliability of the Horizon system and of data from it in criminal proceedings would amount to expert opinion evidence. Fujitsu is incapable of providing expert opinion evidence as it is neither independent nor has it sufficient information to provide such an opinion. As the Post Office is well aware, there have been and there continue to be bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon system. Further, Fujitsu currently has and previously had access to branch transaction records. Your letter also acknowledges the existence of other matters beyond the Horizon system which could have operated to create innocent discrepancies in branch accounts, including miskeys or omissions when remitting cash or stamp stock based on Horizon data by end users. He then continues to say that the Horizon system is reliant on the delivery of services by Post Office and third parties. Over the page, please. Based on the evidence which has been seen and heard in the inquiry, Fujitsu considers that all of the matters mentioned above would need to be investigated carefully by the Post Office and the police with the assistance of an independent technical IT expert and possibly also a forensic accounting expert to ascertain proper explanations for branch account discrepancies. Fujitsu considers that only after such an investigation has been undertaken could a meaningful expert witness statement be made in subsequent criminal proceedings which addresses the reliability of the Horizon system and the relevant data produced. For the reasons I've mentioned above, Fujitsu cannot provide such a statement. As for your comments regarding the pursuit of shortfalls, Fujitsu will continue to deliver its contractual obligations, including reporting promptly and transparently branch impacting incidents. It is for the Post Office to work with postmasters to understand and resolve branch account discrepancies fairly and promptly. The improvements you mention to your discrepancy investigations process, I hope, will allow for this to happen. You say in your letter that Horizon data is not currently being used for civil recoveries from postmasters. This is reassuring. For the avoidance of doubt, Fujitsu will not support the Post Office in the event it pursues civil recoveries from postmasters. Do you understand from this and from the discussions that you have had that the current position is that Fujitsu will not provide a witness statement for criminal prosecutions, even if requested to do so by the police?
I I'm not sure that's entirely correct. I understand that they will provide it if the police ask them. That's my understanding of the situation. I do find some of the comments made by Fujitsu here quite strange, actually, given that we and Postmasters rely on the system. We have a system of controls to give us all comfort that things are working with integrity. But I am speaking to Paul on Thursday, so I will test this with him.
And in respect of not supporting the Post Office in the event it pursues civil recoveries, is that your understanding, that that is the current position?
I think so.
We can see a response from Mr. Woodley, that's FUJ 002432009. Mr. Woodley responds to that correspondence. If we scroll over the page, he explains in that paragraph there, the final section of the first paragraph, he says, the feedback they received in April 2024 was that the police had only been able to have one conversation with Fujitsu at the time, and the investigation officer's impression from that conversation was that they were indirectly being told by Fujitsu that the Horizon system was unreliable. As a result, the police told the AC&I team that the investigation could not progress. Over the page, I'm just going to read to you a few relevant passages. It says at the top of that page, to get the right checks and balances, this is under the heading criminal investigations and prosecutions. Right. To get the right checks and balances in any of these investigation processes, data will be required from the Horizon system, along with analysis of any known bugs, defects, or errors in the system at the relevant time period. Thank you for confirming that such data will be provided in line with contractual obligations and in cooperation with law enforcement agencies. It then addresses the Postmaster shortfalls, and Mr. Woodley, in the final sentence of that first paragraph, says, I was concerned about your statement that Fujitsu would not support the Post Office in the event that it pursues civil recoveries from postmasters. While Post Office does not currently take civil recoveries action to recover established losses from postmasters, this may be necessary in future to establish a fair, transparent and consistent approach to recoveries. Critically, this would only be undertaken in future with the wide endorsement of the postmaster community and robust independent assurance. Before I ask you about this, I'd just like to turn to the response from Mr. Patterson. That's at FUJ 002432211. In the second, we've seen this letter, so I won't go over the first paragraph, but in the second paragraph he says, I do not intend to engage further with the Post Office on the matters I raised. We completely trust in Sir Win and the inquiry process, which will examine the extent of the Post Office change in Phase 7. You will recall that I have stated publicly Fujitsu does not wish to extend the contract with the Post Office, and your letter has reinforced the challenges we have as an organisation with continuing to do business with the Post Office. As agreed some months ago with Nick, we wish to continue to prioritise the necessary work on exit, and the Post Office has hired an external person who starts in August to take responsibility for this. While there have been several workshops to scope out the 5-year request, your statement when we met regarding a 2-year request needs rapid attention from the Post Office. Dan Walton has arranged an initial meeting with Neil on the 25th of July to address his technical questions, and there's a workshop with other Post Office personnel to update Dan on the 2-year requirements. Is there, in your view, a impasse between the Post Office and Fujitsu currently?
I think when I step back and read this correspondence, there's certainly a breakdown in the relationship. I think that's evident. I think there has been an impasse, but I'm hopeful now that we can break through that impasse with Neil Brocklehurst, who's now the acting CEO, working with Paul Patterson at Fujitsu to now break this and try and come up with something that's sensible for Fujitsu and sensible for the Post Office and Postmasters, because we have to continue with the system post-March. We have no choice.
And what is your view, having seen this correspondence?
My view on...
of the nature of the relationship between Fujitsu and the Post Office?
I think it's strained.
What's your view on the approach by Fujitsu as set out in this letter?
I think it's quite defensive. I think they're clearly making statements for the benefit, I think, of this inquiry, perhaps. I don't know, I'm not close to it, but I also understand from others that Paul is a very reasonable guy and Fujitsu are very reasonable as a company, and I'm hopeful that with the right conversations we can find something that works for both organisations.
If you move away from Fujitsu in the way that we've already discussed today, prior to the start of MBIT, to some extent, what is the plan for assisting the police or assisting in civil recoveries?
I don't know the answer to that question, I'm afraid, but clearly we would, any design that we have for the use of, the Fujitsu system or components of it or MBIT, we'll have to make sure that we can comply with our legal obligations to provide data and information as required.
Because there's going to be a number of years, possibly 5, possibly more, in which the Horizon system is still going to be used. How do you see the Post Office as overcoming issues and being able to provide evidence to criminal prosecutions and undertake civil recoveries?
Well, I think on the first element of the question, our intention is not to stay on Fujitsu for another 5 years, and certainly not beyond. And I think our objective is to move away from the Fujitsu system as soon as reasonably possible, and put in place the right system for the future. I need to go away and consider this more. There's quite a lot to consider here, but we will, as an organisation, make sure we comply with the requests from the police, particularly on things such as we've discussed this afternoon about the issues that have been raised from the City of London and the Met Police. I think what we need to do is come up to a sensible compromise and sensible solution. We're working with Fujitsu, and I'm confident we can.
I'm seeing this at the moment very much with a criminal lawyer's hat on, all right?
Yes.
As opposed to the relationships between you and Fujitsu. But there are two possible scenarios that I just want to ask you to consider with me. The first is that completely independently of the Post Office, the police obtain information which suggests that a crime has been committed against the Post Office, and we'll say it's a financial crime of some sort.
Yes.
Which will require financial investigation, right?
Yes.
And so they come to the Post Office and say, we have this information, we want to investigate, this is what we want from you. In my mind, the answer is obvious. Here it is.
Agreed.
Right. Because you are currently not in the business of prosecuting anyone.
That's right.
That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, and the Post Office will no longer prosecute ever again anybody.
So it's simply a question, not a question, it's simply the Post Office being asked to cooperate with the police investigation. And I would have thought the answer would always be yes.
Absolutely. Right.
The second scenario is that you, the Post Office, come into possession of information which suggests that a crime has been committed against the Post Office. Forget whether it's a postmaster or any other person, but against you have the initial information. My understanding so far is that in those circumstances, your own investigation department would investigate whether or not such an offence may have been committed.
I think that's a start point.
Yeah,
my understanding.
Sure, right. And then they would get to the point where they would, for these purposes, conclude that there is evidence to support an allegation of a crime.
In theory, yes.
Now, my understanding, and this is what I want your confirmation about, is this, that at that point, it would actually be a board decision as to whether or not a report was made to the police of that suspicion, in effect.
That is correct, and I know that
That's your understanding as well.
No, yeah, it is my understanding, and I think
Yeah.
it's correct.
And
I think
it's
there was some
correct.
debate about whether or not this moved away from the board, from correspondence I read.
Exactly so. So I've got it right. So let us assume that the board says yes. On the basis of what you tell us, we think they should be reported to the police.
Yes.
Thereafter, as I see it as a criminal lawyer, the process becomes identical to scenario number one. The police become the investigators, and you simply cooperate with whatever they ask you for.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Now, you are not Fujitsu, but can you think of any reason why any company which is asked for information by the police, short of something being incredibly commercially sensitive or something like that for the moment, but in the normal run of cases, why they wouldn't just say, yes, Detective Inspector Williams, since you've asked me for that information, I'll go and get it and provide it for you.
I find it odd.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Moving on to our final topic, and that's compensation and redress.
Yes.
You have advocated for that work to move to within the Department for Business. How do you envisage that working?
To be clear, I've advocated that the Post Office don't do redress. Where it goes to is not my decision, but basically my position since I joined was that the Post Office should not be dealing with redress and payment of compensation for reasons that I think some people don't trust the Post Office still. I've had conversations with various officials, and those conversations continue. So I don't yet have confirmation that it will move it, but I'm hopeful it will at some point.
One of the complaints about compensation and redress is that it's taking too long. Won't that just slow things down yet further and kick it down the road?
One of my objectives and one of the team's objectives is to speed things up. And I think having two organisations dealing with basically the same thing, but having two organisations cannot be the most effective way of doing something. I also was interested in the conversation this morning about redress and how the team works, and I've spent quite a lot of time with Simon McEwan talking about how we can speed this up. And I think we can automate far more. It's one of my objectives now, again, post my given evidence today, to go back and work with the executive team and see how we can speed things up by automation. I don't know, but I can't understand why everything is so manual. I think there's better ways of doing things.
Can you give us an idea of what you mean by automation in terms of compensation or redress?
Of course. Well, at the moment, and this is my understanding because I haven't been into the kind of real detail on this, but we have a whole bunch of people. I think Karen talked this morning about 110, but I think there's more when you look at the wider team, who are manually accessing databases or old database information to look for shortfalls. And that takes time and people. And it's very difficult to scale a process that requires people. And we know that, hopefully we'll have more and more postmasters coming forward with claims. So I think the way to think about scaling it is to automate that process. There must be a way of taking an historic database and writing database queries and programs that can get this information for us very, very quickly so that we can turn these things around much more quickly. So that's my objective. I need to now talk to the team and people actually know how to do this, but at a logical level, that would seem sensible to me.
The final document I'd like to look at this afternoon is Bayes 50793. Maybe 4 zeros. Bayes 40793. This is a briefing for the then Minister Hollenrake in April this year. It's a briefing for his meeting with Nick Reed. But, if we could turn over the page, please. There's a section at the bottom of that page on background that addresses your appointment. It says background. Nigel Railton accepted the role of interim chair following a conversation with the Secretary of State last week. The Secretary of State has previously provided Mr. Railton with her priorities for Post Office which include 1, intensifying existing work streams to address the Post Office's historic failures, 2, support cultural transformation and improving the Post Office's capacity, capability and resilience at all levels, and 3, enabling the future success of the Post Office, including through effective financial management and delivery of NBIT. First of all, are those still the Secretary of State's priorities, even though we have a new Secretary of State?
Broadly, yes.
Can you assist us with how it has changed?
I think on the intensifying existing work stream to address Pol's historic failures, there's particular reference to speeding up remediation and compensation payments.
Thank you, because that was going to be, in fact, my question, which is where does compensation and remediation fit within those priorities?
Yes, I mean, I think this is a summary, actually, of the, there's a couple of sub-bullets for each one.
Thank you. Have you spoken to the current minister regarding compensation and redress?
I've spoken to the current minister, yes. We talked about a lot of topics, and yes, I did.
What is your view as to whether government is providing the issue of redress and compensation with sufficient attention and support?
I think they are. I've spoken to the minister, I've spoken to the Secretary of State. I've made my position very clear in terms of how I think this needs to evolve, and they've been very supportive.
Thank you. So those are all of my questions. There are some questions from Mr. Jacobs. Do you, sir, have any questions before?
Well, just before you ask your questions, Mr. Jacobs, obviously, Mr. Railton, you've raised the prospect that over the course of the coming weeks, I think, given the way you put your evidence, there would be likely information about your strategic plan, which would be of considerable interest to the inquiry.
Yes.
So we need to work out a mechanism for the inquiry to be kept up to date, effectively. Yeah. And obviously, I know you're the chair, and therefore a very important figure, but if you can't commit to things while you're sitting in the witness box, that's fair enough. But what I'd like to be in a position to get agreement about is that, well, as I see it, the next step is approval or otherwise by the government.
Yes.
So obviously I would like to be informed. Maybe there'll be a great public announcement, so I won't need your assistance. But if there isn't, I would like the Post Office to tell the inquiry what the position is once the government say whatever they're going to say.
Certainly.
And I'll be asking the government to tell me as well, so it won't be just the Post Office. And it may be that that will provoke the need for a Rule 9 request, which I'm sure you know what that is, and a pretty quick answer to it, if the statement isn't obviously self-explanatory. So again, I'd like your cooperation in seeking to ensure that this could happen, because what I don't want to happen is for the Phase 7 hearing to finish more or less on time, as I'm pretty sure it's going to, and then for events to be occurring while I'm trying to make sense of what I'm going to say.
Yes.
So I'm really asking for your cooperation in feeding the inquiry information as soon as you can,
Yes.
in respect of the strategic plan and all that flows from it. All right?
I can assure you of my cooperation and commitment to do that.
Fine. Thank you. Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, sir. I ought to say that we've had 20 of our clients asking for me to ask the question that you've just asked, so I don't need to ask it.
Well, I've stolen your thunder, Mr.
Absolutely.
Jacobs, and I apologise.
I'm afraid my voice isn't very great, so if you can't hear me or understand me, then let me know.
I can certainly hear you.
Good. So thank you. In relation to the plan, the strategic review plan, we understand that once the plan was drafted, Post Office didn't go back to the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters or to sub-postmasters to ask them if they were content with the proposed plan, whether they objected to proposals or had proposals that they wanted to be included. Why didn't Post Office ask for feedback or properly consult sub-postmasters on this?
I think we did consult with sub-postmasters and the various federations and groups to get their input to the plan.
Yes.
So we got their input. We talked to lots and lots of people to get their input. And I think I can understand people's concerns, but I doubt there's anything in the plan that when we announce it, people will not want us to do or not be happy with.
Don't you think you should have sent the plan, at least to the Federation, and asked for feedback on the proposals or any counter proposals as a consultation, part of consultation exercise?
Perhaps, but perhaps at that stage we can do that once the government agree to the fact that this is a plan that's sensible, and we can then consult with them at that point before we implement it. So,
thank you. I want to ask you now about restorative justice. In your statement at paragraph 56, you say you believe that you met postmasters recently on the 18th of June.
And subsequently.
And we've heard evidence from Ms McEwan today that such meetings have been profound and impactful. Is that how you found your meetings?
I found them, yes, really, really helpful.
And you say that a new deal and full engagement with postmasters is fundamental, and that's how you would like to see things going forward.
Yes.
Can you confirm whether the new deal, which I understand is part of the strategic review, whether that incorporates any wider restorative justice proposals for sub-postmasters?
It doesn't really deal with compensation. It deals with a new economic model and new ways of working going forward.
Okay, I'll expand on that. Of course, you've only been around in office since May of this year.
Yes.
In December 2022, Howe and Co, who instruct me, set out some proposals for wider restorative justice in written submissions, and Mr. Steen, King's Counsel, raised them at a hearing on the 8th of December 2022. And I just want to ask you whether, as chair, you're aware of whether there are any proposals for any ongoing psychiatric and counselling support for sub-postmasters and their families.
I'm afraid I'm not aware. I'm not aware of that.
What about bursaries to assist with retraining of sub-postmasters and for the education of their children, whose education was disrupted by the scandal?
I'm afraid I'm not able to answer that question. All I will say is I believe that the remediation process and compensation is being widened.
What about a tangible memorial scheme to mark the miscarriage of justice and sympathetically record the experiences of sub-postmasters?
I'm sorry, I'm really not familiar with this at all.
Okay, well, and finally, are there any proposals for local initiatives to restore the reputation of sub-postmasters within their local communities?
I think there's certainly an objective to restore the Post Office brand. How far that stretches to local, I don't know at this point.
The proposals that I've just listed out were put to this inquiry in submissions in December 2022. Do you accept that the plan that you speak about in your statement, the new deal for postmasters, should include such measures? As a matter of principle, Mr. Railton.
I think as a matter of principles, yes, but I think I just need to think about it. In principle, yes. In practice, how would that work?
And is that something that you are prepared to consider going forward? Or the Post Office is prepared to consider?
Well, the Post Office, I'm sure, should consider that, yes.
Moving on, I want to ask you about the standard sub-postmasters contract.
Yes.
And perhaps if we could just have part of that on the screen. So it's POL 00000, that's 5 zeros and then 254. And going to page 32 of that document. That's section 12 of the standard sub-postmaster's contract. And page 32. So if we could then scroll down to paragraph 20. Nearly there. Do you see paragraph 20 now? Post office duties.
Yes.
And Post Office Limited shall. And then if we scroll down to 20.3, properly and accurately effect, record, maintain, and keep records of all transactions affected using Horizon. Now, these are the new terms that have been put into the contracts after the Common Issues judgment of Lord Justice Fraser. And my question for you is, does this mean that the mechanism exists within Post Office now for monitoring and identifying shortfalls on Horizon terminals?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, yes.
So Post Office are able to identify, track down and monitor shortfalls?
Yes, exactly. Yes, and we have a process that does that.
And if we could then move further down to paragraphs 20.4 to 20.7, again, Post Office will properly and accurately produce relevant records and explain transactions and alleged apparent shortfalls attributed to the sub-postmaster, cooperate in seeking to identify the possible or likely causes of apparent or alleged shortfalls, and or whether or not there was indeed any shortfall at all, seek to identify the causes of any apparent or alleged shortfalls in any event, and disclose possible causes or apparent or alleged shortfalls and the cause thereof to the sub-postmaster candidly, fully, and frankly. I haven't read those too quickly.
No, I've read them.
So these sub-clauses say that the Post Office will seek to identify possible or likely causes of shortfalls. Do you accept then that the Post Office has a facility to do this? It can identify and it can do this?
Yeah, so we have a process with the, and forgive me, this is my understanding based on information I've been given, but we have a process now where people can put any shortfall into dispute. It then goes into a process that's administered by a team in Chesterfield that looks at what's caused the shortfall. But the proposition of it is that the postmaster is not at fault. That's really important, and that's a start point. And it's up for the process to identify where any shortfall may have been caused. And it may not be Horizon. I think, as mentioned in these clauses, it could be a stock shortfall, that, the wrong stock's been sent, a cash shortfall. It could be many reasons. One thing we do want to do is we want to get more postmasters involved in reviewing these processes to make sure that they're comfortable with them.
So the process really is that the postmaster has to identify the shortfall first. It's not a case of Post Office actively looking for problems in the Horizon system.
No, I think that the shortfall will appear on the system, I think, but predominantly through a postmaster logging a dispute.
You were asked by Mr. Blake about the position between Post Office and Fujitsu, and there's a letter. You may not need to turn it up because you've answered on the subject, that Mr. Patterson wrote to the Chief Executive on the 17th of May 2024 to Mr. Reid, and he says in it, to be clear, FSL will not support the Post Office to act against sub-postmasters. We will not provide support for any enforcement actions taken by Post Office against postmasters, whether civil or criminal, for alleged shortfalls, fraud or false accounting. So the position is Post Office are contractually bound to identify and resolve these shortfalls. Mm-hmm. How can Post Office fulfil these obligations without support from Fujitsu?
I don't know. I mean, that's quite a technical question. I think one of the issues that the Post Office has right now is they don't recover any shortfalls and haven't for quite a period of time. But I think we need to think about how we can get the business back on a proper footing. So I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that question, but I'll certainly take it away and think about it.
Thank you. And finally from me, at about 2:10 this afternoon, Mr. Blake took you to the YouGov survey, so
Yes.
prepared for at the request of this inquiry. And we know from Miss Burton's evidence last week that there was a board meeting about this on the 24th of September, is that right?
Yes.
And you were at that meeting, were
Yes.
you? And you will no doubt know then that the executive summary says that 92% of the 1,000 postmasters who responded, approximately 1,000, experienced some form of issue with the Horizon system in the last 12 months, and 98% of those who experienced discrepancies reported shortfalls. And worryingly, the most common resolution was for them to use branch money or resolve it themselves. So isn't it right that the sub-postmasters are still paying for Horizon-generated shortfalls from their own funds? Do you accept that?
Well, that's what the report says, so therefore I have to. I think we need to go away and investigate this again and look at it. As I say, the report was disappointing, surprising, and as I say, we need to go away and work out exactly what is happening again. But that's certainly not the intention of the Post Office for that to happen.
And it follows, doesn't it, that the need to identify and resolve Horizon shortfalls, not least because of your contractual obligations, but also because of what sub-postmasters are experiencing on the ground, is a matter of huge concern today, isn't it, Mr. Railton?
Yes.
And are you able to say what steps you're able to take as interim chair to try and drive this issue forward and resolve it?
Well, we're going to take the survey, and we've already got a lot of activities underway. I think the best way to resolve this, and I'll talk to the acting chief executive about this, is to get a number of postmasters to work with us to review the processes end to end, because we can say repeatedly that we have confidence in the processes, but until they do, then I don't think we're going to resolve this.
Well, thank you. Your answers have been helpful. I'm just going to ask if I need to ask you anything more. No, I haven't any further questions.
Thank you for the questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think those are all the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Railton, for your witness statement and for your evidence this afternoon. I'm very grateful to you, and grateful too that I may hear from you further, so to speak.
Thank you.
Mr. Chapman isn't here, is he, from the department?
No.
And I take it, so that I'm not going off on a false trail, it's the Department of Business, Trade and Business that...
Yes.
Yeah, fine. So is anyone here from the department? Anyway, if they are following remotely, they will know that I would expect the same cooperation from them as I've been assured I'll get from Mr. Railton. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
O'clock tomorrow morning.